All right. Today is January 11th, 2026 on a Sunday. I was trying to find like, I don't know, Undertale OST, and I was like, okay, relaxing Undertale OST or whatever. Now I'm not wondering like, is this the original soundtrack or is this like, because I keep finding, when I search for it, you know, I just keep finding ones like, you know, for example, it says 1 hour relaxing Undertale Deltarune music, whatever. But it says a lo-fi compilation. And it's like, I don't want a lo-fi compilation. I just want the original music. Because I don't know if a remix of the original songs will get me copyright claimed. Because technically it might belong to a different artist, or it's like claimed or something in the copyright system. I don't know. I was thinking like, okay, well maybe this one is like just the original music. I was like, it does. I can't tell, but I think it's different though. Not using the... Is it using the game sound font? I don't know, I'm not sure. But there's no indication of that, you know, which makes me wonder like... I don't know, maybe I'm just jumping to conclusions. It's kind of like, is this AI too? You know, I can't tell. Is this AI generated or... I don't know, I can't tell. Where's like original music, you know? That's the thing. I felt for the meme, by the way, is like, you know, relaxing music to study to or whatever, but like it actually is convenient because it's a compilation of songs that that I don't have to like curate, you know, myself. Is the thing. Also, hello, Blue Dragonfly. Anyway. I'm just gonna close that. I don't know. I just feel like maybe it is AI generated. I don't know. I just suspect everything is AI generated now. Whatever. Where's just a normal playlist? I'll just get the freaking Toby Fox playlist. I just play that. So I can't trust any video ever. So that to not just be AI generated now. This will sound like that. The little chip tune, you know. The other one, you know, sounded like it was using real instruments, which is fine, but it's just, again, it's just too many factors that go into the fact that, well, I don't want to play it. If it's a remix, or like it's edited, or like it's AI generated, or whatever it is, you know? I guess, well, do you call it AI generated? It's more so like AI, I don't know, covered, I guess? Not sure. Shuffle. Anyway. I was trying to find like, again, usually it's like video game music because I mean usually video game music isn't copyright claimed in the YouTube system, but not always. And the only thing I think of is like Undertale for some reason. I can't think of like what are games that have good soundtracks? I don't know. I can't think of one except Undertale. I mean, the Mori, I feel like Undertale adjacent for some reason in my head. I don't know. Anyway, but speaking of RPGs, today I'm gonna play this game. I think it kind of recently came out on Steam. I believe it's also on itch.io. I think it came out on itch.io like before. It seemed like I only found it on Steam though, just super recently. I mean, literally yesterday. It seems like yeah, it came out like a month ago. It seems like on itch.io, but recently came out on Steam. And I was like, oh, it looks interesting. Psychological horror. Has a neat art style and everything. Is it RPG Maker as well? I can't tell. I'm not sure. It needs to be more like a visual novel, though. It's just this one screenshot, you know? It looks like RPG Maker. Top-down view, you know? It doesn't seem to be that long, though. And it's kind of like, well, I don't know what it is exactly. Apparently, it's just about some random demon guy's life, you know? And it's all scattered pieces of memory. Okay? So, like, probably doesn't have, like, a linear plot, I'm assuming. It's just kind of like things happen. And that's it. I don't know. So apparently people like it. It's like 37 reviews and it's all positive. No negatives, by the way. No negative reviews. It's all positive. I don't know. This person says, I'm forever changed. 11 hours. Even though the game is like 1 hour. How did you play 11 hours of the game? Just left it on? Apparently has blood and gore. I don't know, like how gore? How much gore? I don't know. Not sure. I guess we'll see. Also, hello, Ilias. Yeah, I'm gonna try out this game. Is what I'm going to do. I guess pretty short though, so I'll probably do something else right after. I don't know. I think oh yeah, I found this. I guess we'll see. But we'll play this one, I guess. I did open it up, and then I think there's like a little animation that plays when once I open it up. So I'm just hesitating to open it. I probably just want to like, you know, before I open it, like change the categories and everything. But yeah, also starting late, I guess, quote unquote. You know, I decided like, what? How long ago? I forgot. I think ever since I started like working, you know, like a full-time job. Well, my new job. Anyway, like a few months ago at this point, I decided to like start a little bit early, 11 a.m. But I don't know, ever since past few weeks or so, especially of course during Christmas and stuff, and vacation. My sleep schedule is horrible. So now I'm just back to starting like at 12. But it's, I don't know. I don't want to start at 12 though. Yeah, I need to start early. Oh well. I literally just wake up and start streaming. Also, my eyes are itchy. I don't know if that matters to anyone. But the past week or so, it's just like, it's very itchy. I don't know why. It's fine. I don't want to like rub my eyes. Like, it's really bad to rub your eyes, by the way. Like, it causes like irreversible damage to your eyeballs. You know, when people like scratch their eyes and everything, like it's such a normal thing. You always see it all the time, but like you're not supposed to do that. It's actually really bad for you. Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know if there's much to talk about. Usually I kind of yap in the beginning, but like, I can't think of anything interesting to really talk about at this very moment. Gosh, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna start. You know, it's like I just want to play the game. So let's do that. Pause this for now and change some categories. Is what I'm gonna do. Let's see. Actually, well, I'll continue playing the music actually because it's gonna take like at least like 2 minutes to like change the categories. Let's see. You know what? I'm just gonna. I don't know. I don't really do much. Usually I put like, you know, the first timestamp is just chatting or something like that, but I mean, I don't really do anything. So it's only been like 10 minutes at most. I don't know. I just put 10 minutes Everyday devil. Everyday devil, and then probably afterwards I'll do something else. On Twitch, I think I just left it as that category, so that's the correct category. Amalgam. Amalgam was like kind of like, well, I mean, slight spoilers. I guess if you haven't heard of Undertale before, I never played it, but Amalgam was like, that's kind of like the horror section of the game, you know? I guess there's a few horror elements in that game, but anyway. Oh yeah, I should also check. I didn't get the chance to check if my audio is okay. Let me check that real quick. I'm just gonna like do a quick thing where I check microphone tests. Quick thing where I check microphone tests. Okay, sounds okay. All right. I think we're almost ready to just begin playing the game. It's by Elisor, apparently. I don't know who that is, but I guess we'll find out. Maybe. Well, I guess we don't really know directly. It's just developer, but like we might find out if their work is good. The art looks good. I guess we'll see. All right, so I think again, I opened it before and I played a little cutscene. I don't know if we'll play it again. I guess I don't know. It's one of those games where like it shows like an introduction cutscene the first time you open it, and then it never does ever again, and so therefore I never got to record it. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Oh, and then it opens in my the screen. Here we go. Memories upon memories. What's a devil to do in this day and age? Looking back at the past, I'm not sure if I learned anything. Was there something to in the first place? May you be my judge, jury, and executioner. Weird monster growth things. Welcome to my everyday. Great. Amazing. Well, there's a little bit quiet. OBS says there's like sound coming from the game, but I can't hear anything. It's gonna turn it up. Screen effects? Do I want screen effects? I don't know. Is screen effects just... can't tell. It's like it adds like a vignette. What do you call it? Like a thing, the border? Is that like a film grain? Because if it adds a film grain, it always increases my video size for no reason. I don't know if I want it. Oh, I know. Alright. Everyday devil. Like everyday life, except you're a devil, I guess. I don't know. Drink some water. I guess I do hear some music, actually. It's just very quiet, I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to turn it up beyond just in the menu. I guess we'll do that. Just more volume. Dialogue text volume? I don't know, that needs to be higher. The clicking is like, you know, like when you hover over the buttons, that's loud. Okay, whatever. Alright. Let's begin. Let's just dive right in. Start game. Oh, Vanessa select? Oh. What does that mean? Oh, it probably chapter star? Is that what it is? Oh, okay. I thought it meant like, I don't know. Because vignette, I thought it meant like... Where is it? How do I... Because I thought vignette was like a filter, you know? Vignette. It's a small decorative picture, often with faded edges. You know, filter, the vignette filter. Is that how you pronounce it, by the way? Vignette? The vignette? You know? Like this kind of filter, I guess? Or like it's dark, like faded and dark at the edges? How do you pronounce it?
Vignette.
Vignette?
Vignette.
Vignette, apparently the British pronunciation.
Vignette.
American is vignette.
Vignette.
Vignette. Not vignette. Vignette. I don't know what the heck a vignette is. Anyway, I sincerely thought it was just like a filter select or something, but actually I think it's to pick like a chapter. I guess that's the other meaning of vignette. Anyway, let's begin new game. And we just start here anyway. Okay, same thing. All right. WSD to move, spacebar to interact. What if I can't? What makes me think this is not made in RPG Maker? I don't know, but like, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if there's any indication that's made in RPG Maker. But I can't use my arrow keys. I'll use my WSD instead, and spacebar to interact. That's weird to me. If you use WSD, I feel like that's for first-person shooters. You know, it feels weird when it's like just a top-down RPG. In a top-down RPG, especially RPG Maker games, I'd rather use arrow keys and ZXC. You know, that's what I'm used to. Now WSD to move, that's weird. If it's not like a 3D like first-person shooter game, you know. Interact with spacebar. I don't like using spacebar to interact. I don't know why, but like it's just a big button. It's like I don't want to press this big button. And then it says mouse X and mouse Y to sometimes look. I don't know what that means. Do you mean moving the mouse is what you mean? I don't know why you're using like XY coordinates. And escape the pause. Okay. Well, anyway. Where are we? We're in a room. A lot of chairs. Makes me think it's a movie theater, maybe. Let's go to the door. Achievement. Wow, amazing. Just for like, you know, starting the game. Time is just 3 specters. The past, constantly hiding and disappearing, living just behind the corner of my eyes, awaiting to be forgotten. Barely graspable and useless if you achieve so. The present, an eternal spirit born out of the dead light our eyes receive, always hunting and laughing at oneself. The future, invisible, never completely there, yet the body instinctively reacts to its chilling presence. Cold winds that stab the spine, climbing it till reaching the hindhead and slowly eating it. Hindhead? I don't know what hindhead means. What is this? Like the Christmas thing? What's it called? The Christmas Carol? Is that what it's called? You know, the Scrooge guy that's visited by the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future? Something like that. A beer, I think. Is it beer or wine bottles? Is there a difference? Do you put, well, I don't know, do you put beer in like bottles? I feel like you put wine in bottles, you know? Anyway, there's, okay, it's definitely not RPG Maker because it's a 3D perspective right here. So it is. Well, I mean, okay, I was gonna say, like, okay, you do kind of move around in the 3D space in that case, so WSD does make sense. Never mind. It's on the gameplay though, it's like, or like, rather the store page, there does seem to be 2D. A 2D perspective too. I don't know, I guess it just jumps back and forth. Anyway, I'm just looking around. This is our apartment. It's very dark outside. You know, there's no light. Can't see anything. Why is it so dark? Usually, if you live in a city, you know, it's like everything's lit up. We live in 304, I guess. A lot of cards on the floor. I don't know what that means. Flyers, maybe. Anyone in here? You know, he's just like creepily looking through the window. The path forwards also looks to be the path backwards. Eh? What's that sound? I don't know. I feel my every step and remember what that book warned me long ago. Am I walking towards something I should be running away from? Oh, boxes are gone. Now there's a bunch of blood. Great. 204. No, wait, we are going downstairs, right? I guess we are going down? Instant noodles. The more I dream, the more reality distorts. A lightless tunnel that extends like a viper's insides. Well, let's go. Weird effect. What is that effect? What is that? What is that effect? It reminds me of Obra Dinn, you know, that game that developer made. Well, what's that developer? They made another game, I remember, right? They made I want to say Glory to Artatska. Is that what it's called? What's it called again? Papers, Please, right? Papers, Please. That developer that made Papers, Please. They also made another game that's kind of like this weird murder investigation game where you kind of time travel, sort of. They also use this kind of effect, I feel like, you know? What do you call that? That weird, like, I don't know. Pixel? It's not pixels, it's like... because normally this would be like shadows and stuff, or lighting, but like, instead you use like dots instead, you know? I don't know what you call it. Anyway. Everyday devil. We're just walking around. I don't know why we'd go downstairs each floor in the apartment building and then check every single door. I don't know. It seems like we always go to the end of the hallway or something. How do you call a hallway or balcony? But a mansion. The furniture smells of wine, and the wine smells of burnt wood, of extinguished fires. Okay. You know, it really is a walking simulator. Ah, well, anime. You know? Good. I was getting sick of the, you know, just the normal, like, 3D objects. I want to look at anime instead. Oh, yes. Because that's what I was expecting from this game. When, you know, when I saw the store page, I see anime. You know, or anime adjacent. I don't really call. I feel like anime is like, when people say anime these days, it's kind of like, well, how do you define it, you know? Big eyes and small mouths, you know? It's like, that's just a cartoon. The color scheme is comparable to ripe blackberries, and the red moonlight feels as potent as the summer sun. Red moonlight. It's the blood moon. But yeah, but I feel like anime, you know, you used to say, you could say like, oh, you know, it's cartoons from Japan, you know, but like, I feel like the thing is, it's not always like the artist, you know, the origin of the art is not always from Japan. Sometimes it's from like America, you know, or like other studios from, I don't know. I know like, I think Korea, like South Korea has like a lot of like animation studios, and like China obviously. It's like they kind of like emulate that anime style, but like at this point, you know, it's all like muddled. This is not always an art style specifically from Japan, you know. Like how do you define it though? It's like it's that art style, you know. It's like that originally was from Japan. Anime is gone. Stick people, I guess. I don't know what you call stick people. More like scribble people. A little bit of a mess in here. Gotta clean it up. Why am I here again? Why? I can't be here and not again. Eyeballs. You know, so far I don't know what this game is supposed to be about. You know, it's kind of cryptic, and it's like it seems to be a character's monologuing the whole time. And the monologuing is a little bit, well, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I was gonna say pretentious. You know, it's like a little bit. I mean, it's like a book, you know. It's like, but I hate books. I don't want to read a book. I want like movie dialogue. You know. I've always mentioned that, how like in visual novels, I don't like it when visual novels are read like a book. I'd rather read like, I want it to be read like more like a freaking, you know, script, like a movie script. But we call it transcript, or that's the right word. I always forget the word for it. You know, one eye, two eyes, three eyes, your million eyes, locked doors, entrances to your dark flesh. What do they hide? What do they inspect about me? Brugmasia. An angel. Is that what the little flyers are about? Some kind of cult? They'll save your soul because it's an angel? Should I go that way or this way? I don't know. Birds! It looks like Hollow Knight birds. You know, the weird skull faces. Moon rock. But yeah, I like, again, I always complain about this, but like, if you write a story in a game, like, I prefer it to be more like a screenplay, right? Rather than like some guy monologuing for like 10 hours. But I don't know. The path forwards also looks to be the path backwards. Oh, same thing. Also, oh, anime. Berry cake heart candy. Can't believe one of my exes is on a snack package. What's next? Nilly endorse alloy and wheatgrass intestine patties? Your ex? This anime girl was your ex, I guess? Actually, I don't know. Is that anime girl? Can't tell. I mean, looks like anime girl. Heart candy. Gonna grab some though? Oh, gotcha. Look, man, you gonna buy it or not? Just gonna waste my time and yap about your failed love life? Not as if I have much else to do. Isn't it your job to stand there anyways? What happened to good customer service? I'm part-time, not allowed to ring things up usually, but the register guy worked themselves to a limit and exploded. Got some bits everywhere. Total pain to clean up. Now I'm stuck doing a bunch of stuff I'd rather not until they can ship some new employee in. Should also go full-time. Get that fun device installed on you, become one with the corporate machine and work till you spontaneously combust. Hell no, man. And to your other point, I'm plenty busy imagining your skull bashing with a cinder block. I could slice through your neck with like a tender human cutlet. Okay. What a strange conversation with the employee. I like looking at the art. The cutesy art. Weird effect. What is this weird effect where you look down, it's like it zooms in, sort of? The FOV gets smaller for some reason. Strange. Oh, what? Can I click on these? Or I don't know what these are. Are they just floating there? What are these? I thought they were icons, but now I don't know why they're there. Hockey, snacks, ramen. I don't know, I just like looking at everything. What are these? Music? Is this music or something like that? Again, I swear these are supposed to be like interaction points, but I can't interact with it, so. Just invade your personal space here, real quick. Hey, idiot. A customer buys things from the other side of the counter. Oh. I was trying to like... Again, I was trying to interact with that thing. You know, here? You know, I never buy... You know, like a... I mean, I don't really go to a convenience store or whatever. What do you call it? Or, you know, whatever. 7-Eleven or something like that. Is it called 7-Eleven? No. Like, you know how they, like, put food out? And stuff? Like... I just assume it's for decoration, right? So I don't know. Do you actually buy it from the little, like, you know, closed container? Because I feel like the food in there would have been left out for a long time. I feel like at that point it'd be very stale and probably like full of germs, you know, and then you don't want to eat it, you know? I don't know if it's an option. Alright. That's 6,505 runes for all that crap. But on my tab. Or Orchid's tab. Same thing. This ain't prawns. We don't do tabs. Tough luck, kiddo. Go take it up to your boss and see if they explode you into a gore or not. Get lost. Of all these drinks I just bought, that's the plan. Ding dong. Tamagotchi. Suddenly. You know, I think I had a Tamagotchi. I don't know if it was like specifically the Tamagotchi brand. I think it was some kind of knockoff. I don't know. I remember having one, but like mine kept dying because you have to like, I don't know, you have to like feed it like 24/7, you know, like even when in the middle of the night. I couldn't do that. I had this like sleep, you know, but I kept dying. So it was annoying. I can't just feed it like 10 times, like 20 times a day, you know? Or maybe I didn't understand how to play it, but... A time I hatched from the egg. After having one too many, I found myself hazily wandering the abandoned alleyways of Hellbore Town, its shadows gnawing at my ankles. I sure show them to hell with karma. I make my own karma. Wait, that's how it works, I guess. A hulking mass lurched forth from somewhere in the darkness, crawling forth from the filth and grime. Cecil! Cecil! I need you, Cecil! Anyway, this makes me think of Invincible. Cecil? Are you out here again? Nah, is that you, Noct? I'm sorry. I don't deserve happiness. I don't deserve love or nothing. Okay, and now they're talking. Hey, it's alright. If we deserve life, then we deserve everything that comes with it, good or bad. I'll just help you back to your apartment. Try to be careful. I don't want to hurt you accidentally. Okay, the weird monster growth thing is just a guy. He's a normal guy, really. In fact, he's a bro, actually. He's just kind of like helped us get back home. Anyway, we got a bunch of knives. A bunch of, I assume beer. Or is it wine? I guess it's wine. Not like a lot of fancy wine. I assume wine is more expensive. A lot of boxes. I once heard kitchen knives were actually invented for murder, but non-demonic species saw how good they could cut through meat and thus began utilizing them as culinary tools. What? Huh? TV in the corner. This channel always has the best soap operas and TV static to drown my brain with. TV? That's for boomers, you know? You should watch YouTube instead. That's how people get their entertainment these days. My sleeping mattress, although my implies I don't have to share with the dust spiders and scrats. Rats? What's a scrat? What's a scrat? Rats? I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I don't have a futon. I feel like a futon only really works if you, if you like live in a traditional, like, or at least I don't know, like if you have like the floor, you know, the bamboo floor, basically a traditional Japanese house. I think that makes sense for like a futon. But I was gonna say I don't have a futon, but I do have a mattress that I kind of like. Well, I have a mattress, but I also have like a bed-based thing, and it's supposed to have like this thing where you're supposed to, I guess, put it on a bed frame, you know, like to have it above the floor. But I was just too lazy to put it up, you know, when I first moved here, and so I just never did. So technically, my bed is on the floor as well. I don't know. I'm just too lazy. What's the point anyway, you know? What's the point of having like a bed frame to like put the bed up? You know, it's the same thing anyway. I kind of want to like replace my mattress, but like it's like so old. It's like a little slumped even, you know? I even have to put like little wooden boards under it to like keep it from like slumping so much, if that makes sense. But like beds are so expensive, you know, as far as I can tell. You can't really get like a cheap bed. You know, they're all like incredibly expensive. It's a freaking like monopoly. I don't know. One of the biggest scams of capitalism. I feel like, you know, beds and like what? I mean, there's beds, there's glasses. You know, I feel like at least there's two. For some reason, both of those objects, both of those products, for some reason, are incredibly marked up, and like it's a goddamn scam. Anyway, the only place in the world which makes sense because I rule in it. At my command, a light breeze flows with a heavy space. Yes, I command this area. I don't know. I swear, like beds should be covered by like a medical insurance or something. You know, I don't know. Because you need sleep. You need good sleep. True, but if I replace, or at least if you replace the mattress, your back will thank you. I guess so. I've never replaced my mattress yet. I don't know how long it's been. I've had this bed since I was a teenager. You know, so it's been a long time. But like again, I don't want to replace it. Trash. What's this? No family gift I just can't seem to throw away. Is it one of those like lucky cat things? Except, I guess it's not a lucky cat. It's an unlucky cat. Evil cat. Full of convenience store junk. Candy hearts, fried intestines, blood wine. Ah yes, the classics. Blah blah blah. Maybe I should actually buy real food for once. Too much work to cook. Okay, so we're just a bachelor, I guess. I mean, it's just, what is it? There's a Reddit, r/Reddit or whatever, or subreddit. What's it called? r/male living space, essentially. Which sometimes pops up on my feed, which I'm not even subscribed to it, but just something it pops up anyway, I guess. But usually on that subreddit, it's always like, well, at least for the few times I've seen pictures from that subreddit, it's always actually very organized. Actually, you know, it's very like, it's a small living space, but it's always like everything's like organized and it's not messy at all. Really, you would think it would be, but it's not actually. I don't know. Anyway. I would clean up though. I don't like having such a big mess everywhere, you know? Like, I can't imagine, I mean, living like Asmongold, essentially. I don't know why Asmongold's the first thing I think of. Even though I don't really watch his content. Other streamers always reference him for some reason. I mean, especially VTubers, for some reason. But, I don't know, he's just known for like, despite being I don't know his net value necessarily, but he's probably a millionaire, right? So he's one of the top content creator, streamer, people, whatever. Yet he can't clean up his room for some reason. I don't know. It really just shows like how like I don't know what I'm trying to say, but like it really shows how like you don't have to be what's the word? Normal? I don't know if normal is the right word, but like mentally stable, I guess. You know, you don't have to be mentally stable in order to be rich, I guess. Which I don't know that you interpret that as a good or a bad thing, you know. Anyway, is that it? Yeah, I looked at everything. It's just some guy's apartment. I leave now. There's nothing more frightening than a closed door. Oh, an angel! Wow. Hovering in the middle of my tiny haven of darkness and trash was something emitting a soft, warm light and a chorus of distant, nostalgic laughter. The soft, round body and cutesy smile mocked me to my very core. How'd you get in? What do you want? Greetings, good sir. You appear to be quite down on your luck. Shut the hell up. Have you considered inviting us angelic beings into your heart? We could restore the joy and whimsy that you have so longed for since you were but a teeny tiny devil. I'm not gonna get my soul eaten by the likes of you. I lash out and strangle the creature before me, the blood, guts, and bones splaying out between my grasp with an uncomfortable squelch. The ease in which its small body pulls apart makes me want to vomit. So that's your answer. You know, I was gonna turn you into like a magical girl or whatever, you know, that's what I think. But oh well, should you change your mind, simply let your heart reach out to the celestial light. Be free of worry, be consumed. Perhaps it will be a better use of your soul than this life. At least for the opening and drifts into the dark sky, becoming a foggy storm and leaving only the soft scent of intoxicating honey. I didn't close my windows. What a tiring day. Okay. I don't know, I feel like so far in this setting, it's like this weird thing where like, I guess there's monsters, especially like demons and angels, I guess, but like, it's also kind of like modern life. I don't know what the context of this is. Well, it reminds me of, well, I didn't watch it, but like, it's only by association because, you know how like I really got into like the Amazing Digital Circus? And so I was looking into other cartoons or similar. I think Gooseworks, I think worked on like Has-Been Hotel or something, right? Was it Has-Been Hotel? I think there's like just a full-on like show they have to like subscribe or something to. I don't know. It's not on YouTube or anything, but I know about it sort of. And I know it takes place in hell, you know? So it's kind of like that sort of, right? Is this what's going on? Like everything is like they're in hell or something? I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking. It's freaking Has-Been Hotel. I've only heard like bad things about it for some reason though. I don't know much about it though. I don't know much about Has-Been Hotel, and it's probably not something kind of show I would even like in the first place. Because it's one of those like things where it's like, I don't know what the word is, but like it's like targeted towards a demographic that it's not really me, you know? It's like a younger demographic. But again, I only know about it because somehow it's like associated. Yeah, I guess it's just animation in general, like Western animation, associated with Amazing Digital Circus somehow. Anyway, that's what I was just thinking. Like sometimes it's like, or rather not sometimes, rather it reminds me rather of Has-Been Hotel. Is this like a Has-Been Hotel setting? You know, or like it's kind of like the saying, right? Where like, oh, it's hell, you know, and there's devils and angels, right? But like actually, it's basically like modern life, you know. It's not really that. I guess I don't know what the word is. I don't know. It's not that biblical. I guess, you know, biblical, is that the right word? Biblical. Be consumed. Yes. And be careful. Angels will consume your soul. You know, you think it's the other way around. You think the devils will consume your soul, but actually the angels consume your soul. Apparently. When I left home, I vowed to never suffer, to only enjoy and care about myself. Yet, only hollow satisfaction has been constant in my life. Why, in choosing what's safest for me, I gotta resign to the deeper, more profound sensations. A book once said life was, or is, nasty, brutish and short. Was it correct? Is life too temperamental to only worry about yourself? Why is it there is no joy without suffering? Extreme again. My life, which others, me, call the library. Here each tome is carried by the ghost of a memory, flooding me with emotions shaped as words laid out on a wrinkled paper. I'll be honest, I'm not really into the whole narration part. It feels like it's generated by ChatGPT or something. I don't know, is it just me? It probably is just me though, because I don't like books, I guess. I don't like books. Where's my manga? Where's the character goes, you know, and goes like, exclamation mark, nani? You know, and swears apparently a lot in the English translation, you know, because every like little like word in Japanese is like translated as like a swear word. Like what was it like, so, you know, or like teme, you know, omae, you know, I don't know, and then they fight each other. I don't know. I guess the first thing I think of is like shonen manga. I don't know. I don't like this whole philosophical speak. It's like, oh, you know, blah 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 blah. I don't know, I guess I'm just uncultured. Within the primordial void, see this part, you know, within the primordial void, you know, bro, you just looking at a book. It's just a book, bro. Anyway, the nameless one knelt at the boundless precipice of chaos. You know, this is like way too dramatic for like what it is. From their blood spilt the soul mana of the cycle of death and rebirth. From their veins lay forth the structure of stars. From their bones emerge great planets and dust. From their fleeting dreams festered the thread of reality. Again, this would sound cool if this was like, I don't know, like some kind of like HP Lovecraft thing, I guess. But even then, I kind of don't like the way like lore, you know, basically is like communicated through just narration. I don't know. I prefer, again, I'm so Dark Souls pilled, I guess, but I prefer if it's gonna be like deep lore and stuff like that. I'd rather it feel like I found it, you know, not like a character telling me the lore. It needs to feel like I found it, you know, usually like, again, like some kind of like description or something, you know, or like visual, rather than like someone telling me the lore, you know. I don't know. I guess that's why I don't watch Vade video, but that's the thing, like that's what people like, I guess. Some people do like that part, you know. People would rather have this guy narrate everything and seem like, oh, it's so mysterious, you know, and cryptic. I don't know. And from therein was born the world. Mortal beings took shape from the marrow of the dirt and the light of the celestial realm. Mortal flesh crawled from their fallen bodies, and their death liberated souls, beings of molten ether rose. See, you see this part, by the way? I can't, there's no mouse. I can't show my mouse, but the part where they add a bunch of adjectives as well, like muddled flesh, fallen bodies, death liberated souls. I don't know. It's such a typical way to write a book. Again, I don't like when visual novels are written like books, I guess. And for the longest time, I couldn't really like understand why, actually, because there's a ton of visual novels that seemingly like are the top visual novels that people like, but like I couldn't place my finger why, or place my finger on why I didn't like them as much the way they're written. And to be fair, maybe it's like a translation thing, I don't know, but it really is. Usually it's like because it's written like a book. I don't want to read a book. I don't want to read a book. You know, basically, like I'm too dumb, I guess. I'm not smart. I'd rather not read books. I'd rather read a manga or a comic, you know, like a comic. No, that's because when you read a comic, it's different, right? You compare a comic to like a book, like you can tell like there's less focus on just narration and more so on dialogue and more action, you know, for like more stuff that's more visual, obviously, right? But it's different. And you compare that to like a show, like a TV show, a movie, or a cartoon show, and you look at it and there's usually less narration. Unless there's that one movie. Was that one movie that's like weird? It was like a... I guess it wasn't... Actually, it wasn't. I was gonna say like Dinner with whatever. What's it called? Dinner with something movie. Some kind of movie? I forgot what it's called. Well, I only know it because of the steamed hams version. You know, My Dinner of Andre, right? My Dinner of Andre. It kind of starts like that, though. Yeah, there's a whole like monologue. This is like a weird experimental movie. Again, I only know about it because there's a steamed hams version. But like it starts off a guy monologuing a whole bunch, and then they talk to each other, and it's like weird. I don't know. But I guess it reminds me of that, like at least in the beginning of that weird movie where the guy just narrates for like 10 hours the whole time before anything actually happens, you know. That's the part I don't like, though. Anyway, yeah, but in the end, all shall return to the river of eternity, evaporating into nothingness. Great. I didn't understand any of that, by the way. I didn't pay attention. But I guess that was the lore. Again, I don't want to complain the whole time, but I don't know. That's the one part I don't like about this whole experience. I like looking around, though. I like the little, like, you know, anime thing. You know, they do the thing where they put like a 2D sprite, you know, in the 3D world. They're just doing that. Yeah. Storytelling. I don't know. I'm so picky, I guess. Like I rather, I don't know. It depends on your whole reason why you even like consume a story, I guess. But for me, like a good story for me is when it's like, I don't know, it's like a reflection of real life, I guess. You know, and like in real life, Do you like narrate everything? I mean, I don't. People just kind of like go about their life. They don't like think about stuff too deep, you know? And to be fair, you know, and maybe there are circumstances when there could be like a monologue, you know, when someone is getting like philosophical. But I feel like that should be like few and far between, you know? Because I feel like most people don't do that. You know, unless, I don't know. I don't know. I said once that I might have aphantasia. Yeah. I don't know if I do have it. It's just... I assume I kind of maybe have it. It might be a meme though, you know? I feel like it's this thing where like... people just assume they have it when they don't, you know? That kind of thing. But it's true that I do have a hard time visualizing things, you know? Just for text. And man, I don't know. That might be part of the reason. I don't have a really good visual imagination, you know. Anyways, a biology book explaining how life came to be. A group of atoms made a molecule. A group of molecules made an oregano. Oregano? Add some mana and bam, life. The group of oreganos, or organelles, create a cell, and such small little thing then went on to form more and more groups, and here we are. But we never gained more life, we simply became more complex. Sure, we can argue we're conscious and, you know, self-aware. I don't like I don't like this monologuing. The dumbest animal surpasses a bacteria in those aspects by unfathomable margins. But we can't say we're more alive than those cells, or the ones composing our bodies. But what exactly happens when those organelles join together? What happens when I shoot someone in the head? Is their life lost forever in this uncaring world? More dust and energy for the hungry souls to feast on. If those lives I took are equal to mine, scientifically speaking, do I deserve to die? See, this is getting all philosophical. Like, boring. I don't know. It's weird though, because yeah, I'm just comparing everything to the Amazing Digital Circus now because it's an unfair comparison. I have to admit, but like the Amazing Digital Circus also tackles themes of like existentialism actually, and like mental illness sort of, and like, you know, and relationships with people, they're unhealthy, that kind of thing. But I find that interesting because the way it's told, right? It could like, I feel like stories even of the same themes and same topics, I could like have a very different opinion of for each one, because it's the way the story's told. And again, it's hard for me to like really communicate exactly why. I mean, it could also just be like in general, if something's just really high quality, you know, it could just be good because of that. I think it's also because I don't know, in the Amazing Digital Circus, the focus is on the character relationships, right? The characters talking to each other, and despite their circumstances, like where like, you know, it's really what's the word, like surreal, I guess, or I don't know the right word, but like, you know, it's like very fictional, obviously. It's like very wacky and it doesn't make any sense. But the way the characters talk to each other, and maybe it's partly because of the writing and also the voice actors and stuff like that, they feel like people. You know, that's the biggest takeaway from the Amazing Digital Circus, is that comparatively to a lot of media I've ever watched, in that show, the characters feel like people. They feel, you know, and it may be like very specific, the way they're framed, you know, it might not be like 100% realistic, you know, obviously some traits are still exaggerated because they're still cartoon characters, but I don't know, they still feel like actual like people for some reason. They feel relatable, they feel like the way they talk, you know, feels like normal, I guess. And that's why, like, when I think of like media, like kind of like this, no, I don't know if this is gonna be the whole game, but like when a character is monologuing themselves, it just feels like, again, pretentious, because like it feels like self-important, you know. It reads like I'm reading someone's blog or something. I don't know. It just doesn't feel relatable, you know. Like it doesn't feel like this is a person. This feels like somebody like writing their opinion on like philosophy and stuff. I don't know. Like it's not the same, you know. Like I feel like Like when you try to get philosophical and like existential and things like that, you have to trick the reader. At least, I don't know, for me anyway, you have to trick me anyway. You have to trick the player, the viewer, or the reader, or whatever it is. The reader? Viewer, reader? Anyway, you have to trick them, right? You have to like, what's the word? You have to couch it in situations that feel relatable, right? When you talk about like, again, like philosophy or like, I don't know, a common theme, by the way, is depression for some reason. I guess psychological horror games always have depression in them, but like, you know, stuff like that, or like, I don't know. Again, like heavy topics or whatever. You have to trick the viewer, you know, you have to trick the reader and like kind of like ground in like reality to make it feel relatable, and then it's more impactful that way, I feel like. Okay, I don't know what I'm trying to say exactly, but those are the type of stories that I like overall. Anyway, I gotta stop complaining. Let's just read this. To the howls of the wind try in pain, due to the storm I summoned in vain. No, it's a poem. All the leaves will swiftly vanish, as I remain alone in anguish. Yes. Rhyming. Hello. Demon. Why there are like several demon children, I'm assuming, in this library. An angel thing? More books? Once as a kid, I read about a human countess who murdered hundreds of human girls, freezing their skin, drinking their blood, breathing in the screams. I heard about that. She's in Fate Grand Order. Wasn't her name Elizabeth? Was it Elizabeth Bathory? There's like two versions of her. There's like the older version, was the more villainous version, but then there's the younger version, which is more popular, which is like a freaking dragon girl or something. Was it a dragon girl or like a vampire? She has a tail for some reason. Anyway, abhorrent crimes even for demon standards. However, the book took pity upon her, singing a melancholy suffering sharp like needles. Chanting an anguish ode at the paganic useless rituals attempted at solving her depression, whereas the killings of the women were narrated with visceral, colorful prose. Why did the author do it? Why are they trying to achieve at embellishing her figure? Sorrow for her condition or admiration at her actions? Why make humans such a monster? I ponder if secretly I want to be given a second chance. It's tempting, similar to faking an injury to skip classes and succeeding, an undeserving prize, a selfish treat, another opportunity to act like my actions had no consequences or let down everyone again. I think what the Countess truly fantasized about was knowing that no matter what she did, it wouldn't matter. Her fate was already written on the shredded flesh of the mercilessly killed maidens. Again, I'm just reading. I don't know, I think it's because, I feel like in modern media as well, because this feels weird because, again, it feels like it's just a monologue, right? But imagine if this was a YouTube video, like a YouTube analysis video. Like, he wouldn't talk like that, I feel like. He'd be talking more like, I mean, for one, there's been memes, but like it would feel like the character, or the, well, I say character, but the person, you know, narrating the YouTube analysis essay video would be talking to you, right? It would feel more like a, I don't know, like a lecture or like a presentation, basically, and they would be talking to an audience. But this feels more like you're just talking to yourself, you know? I don't know, it just feels weird. But I guess it's partly, I think it's just what I'm used to, you know? Like when I watch YouTube videos, you're so used to someone talking to you, right? You know, like this, looks at camera. I have no camera. But you know, it feels more like I'm talking to you, the audience. But like the way this is written, you know, again, it's more, I feel like more traditional, where it's like, it's not really written that way. It's not written as if a reader is reading it. It's, or like, you know, the character is talking to you. They're just talking to themselves. They're just mumbling to themselves, and it's like, why am I here, you know? I don't feel involved, you know? Anyway. Hopefully this new book I borrowed, bought makes me cry. I mean, basically, I want a vlog, I guess. You know how vlogs on YouTube? I don't really watch vlogs anymore on YouTube. Is this still a thing? Yeah, I mean, sort of. I mean, I guess I watch a little bit of like the freaking fitness influencer vlogs a little bit, but usually these days I don't really watch vlogs. But I feel like I remember when vlogs were very popular on YouTube. You know, a lot of like really big content creators. What was that guy? Ray William Johnson, right? I don't know. Do you remember that guy? Is he still around? I don't know. He called everything Oh, is this politically correct to say? But he called everything fake and gay, essentially. Remember that guy? Even though I feel like I think people use the term incorrectly though. Like he was using it, I think, as a way to mock people. You know, saying everything is like gay or whatever as like a derogatory term. But like he was just mocking it to say like, you know, it's silly to say that. But then people forgot about the satire part and just used it like unironically. But anyway, but, you know, that guy. Do you call them vlogs? I guess I don't know. Anyway, that's what I'm so used to. I'm so used to that type of media, I guess. I don't know. I feel like this is like a self-take, I feel like. Or like a reason why I'm so biased towards a particular type of writing. But I think it's because I grew up on those kind of things, right? I don't know. Paganic. It's called pagan. Nobody says paganic. Do they? Actually, I don't know. Paganic. Is a less common, according to AI, by the way. I should stop reading AI overview. Paganic. But then there's like Wiktionary. Wiktionary? How do you say that actually? Wiktionary. Wiktionary. Oh, it's Wiktionary, not Wiktionary. It's Wiktionary. Paganic. I don't know. I guess it's like an adjective, I'm assuming. Anyway, alright. Update. It made me cry, but out of cringe. What? Lame-ass author, I'm glad I didn't pay for it. Alright, because that was the book that he borrowed. What was it? What was the book? Can I read it again, actually? What did he talk about? I actually wasn't paying attention. This new book makes me cry. Oh, okay. I don't know what the book was about, actually. I was too busy talking about, like, YouTube vlogs. But, I guess, you know, made them cry out of cringe. I like that part, though. You know, I like the... Actually, the thing is, I like that sentence, you know? I feel like some part of the game, you know, the dialogue with the retail employee and, like, that part where it's like, oh, this is an update. This is a lame-ass author. It was cringe. I don't mind that, you know? That feels more like you're talking normally, you know? You're talking like a person instead of, like, a writer, I guess. Because I feel like, you know, the whole monologuing part where they talk with, like, big words. Well, it's not really big words, but, you know. They talk, like, a little bit pretentious. I feel like that would make sense if they were a writer, actually. If the character was a writer. Which I feel like sometimes is which is funny because I feel like it's self-indulgent sometimes. When, you know how, like, when an author, they write a story and then the main character is like a writer? You're like, come on. You freaking self-insert. But anyway, but it would make sense if if it was established as that if they were like a pretentious like writer or whatever, you know? Look, I don't know. I feel like it doesn't match. Anyway, I looked at this already, right? It's making a sound though. Alan Wake. Oh, I already read this. Alan Wake. That's a game series. I think I've heard of it. Never played it. There's so many games I haven't played. Alan Wake. Is it the one with flashlight? You know, that's what I remember. I swear, I saw some kind of trailer like a long time ago. Was it Alan Wake or some other game? But like, I remember it was like a guy walking around with a flashlight, and there's like, oh, there's monsters, and you flash your light on it. I remember seeing it, and it's like, it looks very generic, and so I never check out the series. I assume there's like multiple games, right? I could be wrong. Am I thinking of something else? I don't remember. Was it the one of the weird dance? You know, it's like apparently there's like in the Game Awards or something, it's like apparently it's a reference to a part of the game where everybody dances or something. Now what? I feel like I looked at all the books. Do I have to find the right book? Did I look at this book already? Let me check. During my childhood, I was fascinated by creatures whose lives were more frail than mine. They lived their moments finding meaning in their short time, and such had accumulated many perspectives and philosophies over the years on the nature of existence. Yeah, again, it feels like a documentary. You know, documentary. They clamored and clawed for respite, or respite rather, clawed for respite in inevitable fates. I can't speak. They clamored and clawed for respite in inevitable fates, some tragically cut short and others decidedly fulfilled as they faded into the wind. The rich experiences contained in the pages led me to step into the shoes of others. Not having many souls to relate and talk to, I found solace in those books, almost thought of them as friends too. However, the only real humans I had ever seen at the time were the carefully labeled and tucked away cuts of butcher meat in forbidden menus and special occasions. Delicious. Scribbles. Am I done? Am I done looking at books? Hello, librarian. I'd like to check out a book, please? No? Or is that just me? This is the main character. It continues on endlessly, until it no longer becomes recognizable, fading into the noise. Every moment feels eternal, and like everything eternal, all moments become redundant. No book is different from the others on the outside, so it must mean they all matter the same on the inside. They shall just become one big pile of ash then. Sorry, I shouldn't say. I was gonna make a political joke. Anyway, I don't know. Does it make sense? I was thinking, something about, I don't know, burning books. Anyway, they all become a big pile of ash then. The other day I heard Riff say I have them crazy eyes. Two red blood-dripping roses of a glow of molten iron. Stop doing that. Stop doing the thing. Stop doing the thing where you describe things in multiple adjectives. I feel like, again, that's like a very common book thing, you know? You have to describe every little thing. Like many different adjectives and different words and just to describe the thing. And it's like, I don't like that for some reason. It made me wonder if that's why the world always seemed insane to me going down. The same way red sunglasses taint your vision. My crazy eyes tainted reality all my life. So since my demonic healing prowess will grow them back, I decided to honor my name and go blind for a few days. Just try it out, you know? Let's give it a shot. Rip it out. Let's see, or not, how fucked up the world is now without the glasses. I guess that's why there's a gore warning. Oh, feed, stare at, or pet? I look at it. Okay. I feed it. Congratulations. I pet it. Good. I look at it. No, nothing. Nothing else? Great. I like the art. Again, you know, I always say that, by the way. Whenever I play a game that I don't really love, I always say something good about it, you know? To try to, like, not be so negative. So, like, I like the art. It's really good. I just don't like the writing. At least so far, I don't know. Unless it changes somehow. Why? I thought we were the perfect match. I tried my best, you know. The sweet and kind girl and the handsome, charismatic bad boy. I don't know, the main character reminds me of, like, was it Reagan? I think his name? Mob Psycho? That's what he reminds me of. I don't know if he's handsome, though. Even when you went after other girls, you always went back to me. Always. To your gentle, submissive, perfect girlfriend. It's just how it is, Barry. You're real easy. But so boring. All sugar of no spice, as they say. You're the worst, Cecil. A filthy backstabber. And backstabbers deserve to be stabbed from the front 1,000 times until you're unrecognizable from pulverized ground meat. Relationships have always been something that as a concept feels so alien to me, and yet I attempt again and again to understand it. In my school days, I aggressively pursued to grasp that unknown, to hold it within my palm laid bare for me to see. Barry was my pick to indulge in that dream at first, hard as soft as dessert, easy to manipulate and mercilessly crush. But the yearning only twisted itself into increasingly complex brambles that choked my emotions and left me chasing shadows in the darkness. Again, I don't like the way the story is told. I don't know. It's kind of like, oh, you know, I didn't know how I'm a freaking psycho. I don't know how relationships work, so I was just a bad boyfriend. So, like, I tried to pursue this one hot girl, but then I got bored of her, you know? It's like, stop yapping at me. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like if this was told in a different way, where they kind of focus on that idea a little bit. I'm just thinking of like, the first thing I think of is I mean, slight spoilers, but like the coffin ending Lily actually, like Andrew's relationship with that other girl. What's her name? It was his ex. I can't remember her name though. Julia, I want to say. It's kind of similar actually, where like, Andrew tried to pursue a relationship with another woman, but like he didn't really love her, that kind of thing. But in that story, Andrew wasn't just monologuing at you, telling him how he feels, right? It was more so told through the situations that he had, right? With Julia and the flashbacks and everything. And like, it was more subtle. It's like, it wasn't on the nose. Like, it wasn't like clear, like what was going on though. Like, though you can tell, right? Just from the subtext. So, that's what's missing usually, I feel like. It's subtext, you don't have to tell me everything, how the character feels. I should just figure that out through their interactions, right? Usually through dialogue or something. I don't know. Again, it's just the way the story is told, and it's like, it's not, I feel like it's not just like whether that's a bad or a good thing, like whether or not you use a lot of subtext in the first place. Like, technically, you can write anything, right? This thing of art is subjective. And it's like, maybe, like, it might be like a thing, like a cultural thing, too, where, like, stories do have a lot of monologuing and stuff like that. Maybe in a different time, or maybe in just a different group, with a different audience, it is, like, good writing to them, I don't know. Again, it all goes to show that I'm just very picky, I guess. Anyway, here's Nilly. Listen, Cecil, I've been doing a lot of thinking. And well, I just gotta put it bluntly, we gotta break up. We can't just keep licking each other's wounds. We're both in this loop of self-pity and toxicity, and drowning each other in that stuff isn't helping either of us. I know, damn it, but goodbye. I want to leave all this part of my life. I want to leave all this part of my life? I want to leave this? Please do not contact or seek me out. Lily sharing the same roles of struggling to find meaning in the city's small covered concrete jungle as I did. Did she? Because that wasn't really... Again, I don't like the writing telling me that. How though? How did Nilly find the same roles of struggling, Usually you'd be like... I mean, again, I'm not a writer, but like... Stereotypically, it would be like, I don't know, they meet in a bar or something, and they talk about, oh man, work sucks, and it's like, oh, same, I don't know, something like that. Again, I'm not a writer, but like they would like have a conversation somewhere, and that's how they would meet, and then that's how you will learn that they have the same struggles or whatever, right? Instead of just telling me like, oh, by the way, this girl, she shared the same walls of struggling as me, by the way. And it's like, I don't know, I just don't believe you. It's like, it doesn't feel like a story, Anyway, I don't know. Again, it's like, it doesn't always have to be the case. I feel like if you try to like do every little thing as like that kind of dialogue, I guess it'll be too long. Sometimes you do need to summarize, but the thing is, when you summarize and just tell me about something, it makes me feel like, okay, well, this is not important, right? It's just like a small detail. This is a minor detail that I don't need to know about, right? If you just summarize it and just like tell me about something in the story anyway. I feel like there's a lack of emotional impact in that case. I feel like I need to experience it rather than just telling me about it. I don't know. Anyway, that was a pretty one-sided conflict. I guess so. Well, it was just kind of happened. I'm assuming again the idea. I mean, I like the idea, by the way, the concept. By the way, that he's at a theater, and he's looking at people, acting out his life, basically, right? Like the 2 times he had a girlfriend, I guess. It was kind of super brief though, and it's like I felt a little bit too clinical. It's like, do breakups happen that cleanly? I don't know. Maybe I'm so used to like, what's the word? Like like in video games and like TV shows, when the couple breaks up, it's always like a ton of arguing and like violence. I don't know, like throwing things. I don't know. Maybe not every breakup is like that, but like that's what I think of when I think of a breakup. I don't think like we're breaking up, bye, and that's it. Let me tell you why we're breaking up. Here's the reason why. Okay, bye, and that's it. I don't know. I mean, I guess it can happen. I mean, in a way, that's even more cruel. But I don't know. It's just not what I imagined a breakup would be, you know. Especially if you're trying to like again make the viewer feel something, I guess. Let's see. From that shared latch onto each other. Yeah, okay. Did I read this? I didn't read this. From that shared experience and our chance crossing our paths, we latch onto each other and fed on each other's bleeding wounds, nourishing a bit of the hunger plaguing our souls, but deepening and prolonging the injuries that sapped our strength. The truth she shared bitterly gnawed at my insides. Hopeless. I'm utterly hopeless. Yeah, I don't know. You know, we'll be... I don't know. It's like either... Again, I'm complaining so much. Again, I'm not a writer. But like, if you're gonna show like a breakup, I feel like you can do it in two ways. Like, I feel like, again, like the whole thing where they argue a whole bunch, and there's like, you know, it's like a messy breakup. Or it could be like that, you know, how like, you know, it's like, again, like one-sided, where like the one person is just breaking up the other person and that's it. It's very short and clinical. I feel like that would make sense if you pair it with like another scene where you see them like very happy, you know? Everything, right? You show them like very happy, they're loving and everything, but then you cut to like a scene like later, right after, and where they just break up. Like suddenly, you know, and it makes you, it's kind of like a gut punch, you know. It's like, wait a minute, you know, I thought they were good together, but it turns out they weren't, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know, something like that, rather than again some guy just telling me that, by the way, we broke up because of this thing, and then, you know, we were so toxic, and like we, you know, it didn't really work out. It was like, okay, you know, it was like, what a terrible showing. Just nonsensical vignettes bound together by hopelessness. Popcorn, ground flavored, not freshly popped, all yours for the low, low price of your dignity. Delicious. That was the show. I rated out of... Exquisite wine and food. I wonder how the main course will turn out. Funerals are always lovely. Oh, what's the devil to do? I assume these are other characters, like generic faceless NPCs saying this. Same thing. What a pity. I suppose we'll just have to make another. Make another? What do you mean by that? Someone's dying and they're gonna make another? It makes me think of Invincible, you know, that one. Spoilers, I feel like. So much spoilers, but like, you know, in that show... Well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't spoil it. I mean, it's like an old... It's kind of old at this point, but... Basically, season 1 of Invincible. If you know, you know. It reminds me of the finale of season 1 of Invincible. Anyway. I'll just simply make another, you know? We really live for food, huh? No matter if sad or bright, any important occasion must be filled to the brim of food. Can't say I'm better than these idiots, though. I never met the deceased, but if I know he would taste so fucking good, I've killed him myself. Do we eat them? Is that what devils do, I guess? They just eat people. Delicious. I do know humans see cannibalism as a monstrous taboo. Don't know why. Beats me. Their loss, if you ask me, and quite disrespectful. Their head cheeks are delicious when roasted, albeit quite small, and the deltoid is so underrated. Phenomenal cut, super cheap too. Deltoid? A deltoid is the shoulders, I think. I know this because I've been consuming fitness, you know, like fitness content. Well, like exercising, like working out. I mean, mainly like, you know, strength training. What do you call it? You know, resistance training, basically like lifting weights, bro. Anyway. Meat tastes of success, a successful hunt. The tender fiber being pulled by my incisors is a celebration of life and death, a hollow husk gaining new purpose. From it we are born, live, and eventually become husk again. Will this be my eventual taste too? My final send-off? A party for disgraceful friends, gloating about their business ventures over my cooked organs. I hope when it comes to that, my hole is completely burnt, with an inedible sauce as a side. I want to ruin their pitiful attempt at celebrating life and death's face. Their happiness, no, their hypocrisy, shouldn't be welcomed in these events. Why is this bro just monologuing in the corner of this party? You know, I mean, I don't like parties either, so I would. I don't know if I'd be like mingling with a bunch of people either, but like I don't know. This guy's just in the corner being like, they don't know I'm monologuing, you know, in my own video game. Look there, Orchid, it's your cousin Cecil. Be polite and say hello. Hello. Little anime girl. I saw you in the store page screenshot. Mr. Batsy says hello too. So this is Orchid. She resembles soft melted crayons. What? Great, another brat. Hopefully she doesn't develop an addiction to funeral food. Read somewhere is an actual problem. Okay. By the way, who's a human and who's a devil though? I guess, well, it is a devil, I guess. Because they said like... Because Cecil said that this funeral, you know, eating someone, and how like cannibalism is a taboo in human societies, but I guess we're not eating a human though, we're eating a person, right? Or we're not a person, right? We're eating a devil rather. Right? Or something like that? Is that what it is? And apparently it's just a common thing you do in funerals. You just eat the body, I guess. Num num num. Yeah, hello. You realize that's just a plush toy, right? Its head could tear right off. I wouldn't hold it to such high regard. And by the way, Santa isn't real. That's so rude. Mr. Batsy's a brave and strong friend of mine. Just trying to warn you. We don't like warnings. Cousin Cecil's now banned from any and all house tea parties. First conversation, we already hate each other. I'm really good at this family networking thing. Okay. Great. What was that point of that little girl? I feel like you draw a whole thing, like a whole character design for her. And we just say, basically, Santa isn't real, you know? I don't know. I feel like I thought she would have some importance. You know, Cecil! Perfect moment for you. Apparently we're all clear to clean up all those police officers out there. Take care of it. Man, I do all the work out here. Fine. I'm literally taking care of the actual target right now. It's the least a lazy devil could do. Alright, time to get to business. Ah yes, the real gameplay. You know, it's like Doom, except it's like anti-Doom because you're the devil instead. I didn't know it was a first-person shooter. Ow. That's not good. How do I reload now? Hold down the button. They didn't give me the controls. They didn't give me any controls. I'm just like figuring it out as I go. I was gonna say police officers, eh? But I guess they're like demon police officers. What is this setting though? I don't even know what the setting is. You know, he mentions humans and everything, but like I don't know. Have we met humans yet, or I'm not sure who's a human, who's a demon, who's a monster. Not a lot of explanation of what's going on exactly. Bang, bang, bang. Also, these bullets are like... what do you call them? I mean, the projectiles, essentially. You know, it's not. They're not like what do you call it? Like scan shots or whatever. You know, there's a difference. I only know this because of Team Fortress 2, but like in the engine, in Team Fortress 2, and I guess the Source engine in general, you know, like Half-Life and stuff. There's like two kinds of projectiles. There's ones that like are like this. You know, they kind of like shoot and it's like some travel time. But there's also scanned bullets, or I don't know, we call them scan bullets. I forget what you call them, but like basically they're the instantaneous ones, where technically there is no projectile. It's just as soon as you click, you know. It's just like it depends on like it's like whether you clicked on the target correctly, like on the hitbox, and then it instantly does damage essentially, kind of like that. I was just thinking about that because like it's all projectiles, you know. Seems inefficient. I'd rather have like a, you know, a traditional gun where it just shoots instantly, or like near instantly anyway. Basically, like, you know, practically instantly, or like a shotgun, you know. Hit scan, right? Hit scan. That's what it's called. Hit scan. Hit scan. Where's my hit scan gun? You know. Oh, I can't see. What's going on? Kinda really dark on my end. Hello. Ow. Oh, ow. Ow. What? Oh, I kinda skipped it, I guess. Oh, there's a way to, like, dodge those. What's with this guy? It's a weird thing chasing me. Tamagotchi! It looks like, it reminds me of an angel, like a biblically accurate angel. I see. Uh-huh. Okay, Good. Ah, damn it. What is it now? I don't know what kind of voice I'm supposed to give that character. Are they a woman or a man? I can't tell. They look very large. You know? But I can't tell if they're a woman or a man. My darn Angel Gachi. Angel Gachi died again. It's the 5th time this month. Uh-huh. As expected. Now we can actually focus on the task at hand. We're on the clock, you know. The angel of keychain pets will surely smite me now. I look forward to that. Our lovely guest is getting rowdy, though, and it's your turn to be a good host. Please let me go, I don't know anything more, I swear. Now. We know that's a total lie. We got the footage from our client, you see. Since he won't talk, we're gonna play a nice little game. Yeah, just shut up. I'm not in a good mood right now. Oh, I can move. Oh, I didn't realize. La 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 la. Can't. I just want to see who. I can't tell. I mean, I think it's the eyelashes, you know? Because I assume the character was a woman because of the eye. It's always the eyelashes. That's how you tell in the cartoon the character is a man or a woman. It's the eyelashes for some reason. But like, man, they're large. You know, they're very big. At least comparatively, the way they're drawn anyway. Like a bodybuilder. What, are you gonna do the honors? What am I grabbing? We got a bunch of tools here. We're gonna do a torture sequence, like... I'm trying to press the spacebar, but it's not really working. Hello? You're trying. Oh, I could press up and... Oh, I didn't know that could work. Okay, I can go up and down. I thought it was... I don't know, I thought it was like Paper Mario. I mean, I guess it is Paper Mario. Paper Mario, you could like go up and down. But anyway, I thought it was 2D, you know? I thought it was completely 2D. So there's this. Obviously. There's the crowbar. Oh, what about these flowers? Can I grab these flowers? You know, can I torture this person with flowers somehow? I guess not. Fine, I'll go with the tools. What are you gonna do? Rip off the nails or something? Let's see. Knives, tweezers, scalpels, spoons, pliers, and a M42. So retro. So retro? Why is there like a... Why is there like a, achievement for that? M42. What's an M42? Is that like a gun? I'm not familiar. M42. Got the crowbar. What's up, bro? Wait! Boop. I don't know, you're supposed to knock him out though. He needs to talk. Huh? Yay! Huh? What the hell? He knocked him out freaking cold as vanilla ice. I gotta wait forever before he's conscious again. Maybe you won't be as smug when the boss takes this out of your cut of a commission. The weakling asked for it. Did he? Did they? They simply begged for their life. What are you talking about? Weird. So many study books in the path to being heir. I like reading, but for leisure, not for work. I assume this is when he's younger. Our waking world and the nameless one. I would often pretend this mimic chest was live. I wish it was. I don't. You know, when you open it in Dark Souls, you know, it freaking eats you. And then when you try to fight it, it does like freaking, you know, flying kicks. The covers are soft and comfortable. Still, sometimes I feel a sense of unease lying here from memories of restless night terrors. Come here. Father, you wanted to see me? Cecil, I have a gift for you. Come here. This is a creature commonly known as a cat. Humans often keep them as pets or vermin killers. It is similar in appearance to the Psycat demon phenotype, more fragile and less intelligent. A cat. Perhaps you read about them before. I give this creature to you so that it may serve as a test. Test? The exact criteria of the test will remain unknown to you. You know, get trolled because you don't know how to pass the test, stupid. It is as such that you may manifest yourself what is befitting of your position as heir. I must be off for a few years to manage assets in Urga. I will make an assessment upon my return on how you fare with this creature. I'll do my utmost best, Father. I'm not going to tell you how to succeed. You're just going to figure it out, stupid. Idiot. Hello there. Don't be scared now, I won't hurt you. Here, I'll open the cage slowly. Wow. Ow. There's no need for that. Where'd you go? I was just wondering, there's no save, by the way? I was thinking like maybe I should check the other door. But there's no way to save the game. That's a negative. If I was a game reviewer, which I'm not, this game would lose a few points for not having a save system. You know? No matter how short your game is, you need to have a way to save it. Or have a checkpoint. Because at any time, a player may need to close the game. Or the freaking computer could crash. And you don't want them to repeat like freaking 25 minutes, you know, all the way back to the beginning. Annoying. You're just gonna quit the game. The philosophy of humans. A radio from the human world. How can we look down on them when they make such innovations? A pet carrier. Oh, I'll go over here. Interesting. I always leave the shells a mess. Hold on, we'll go over here first. Well, you think the cat will be here, but I guess not. Oh. There you are. Well, now you refuse to be out from there? Well, if I know everything about pets then, you love a tasty treat, right? Maybe you can grab something from the kitchen. I'm sure none of the maids will mind. Also, that was weird. Yeah, the previous sentence right there, the grammar, the punctuation was weird. Or not the punctuation, the capitalization, I guess. Alright, let's go this way. The hallway. There's the maid. Apparently we're a freaking spoiled, rich-ass brat, I guess. I don't know. My favorite room. The scent of old paper and bindings and its insulated quietness is perfect. Tempest. Bloody Countess. All these books are actually Fall's personal collection. Weird eyeball lamp thing. It's been here since forever, but I still marvel at this creature. Perhaps Father felt the same in adding it to the manor. And I wish I could run. There's no shift to run. Can't run. this whole this is a bit of a slog, you know. It's like I want to explore it, but at the same time, it's gonna take so long, and then I have to like walk all the way back. Yeah, where's the shift button? Where's the run button? You know. I guess I'll just talk to the mate first. They'll probably go to the right anyway. Hello, young Master Cecil. Oh, actually, oh no. I thought we were supposed to talk to the mate. Never mind, I guess. Because I swear the dialogue was, you know, get Tasty's tree, let me talk to the maid or something, but I guess I didn't get any prompt. Oh well. I guess we'll just go ourselves. La-di-da-di-da-di-da. Let's go to the right, maybe. I mean, this perspective is kind of interesting, I guess, sort of. It's really just the same 3D space, but like they just added the sprite, you know, to make it seem like it's how do you say, like, to make it look like it's a top-down view. But really, they just move the camera, you know, and then just put 2D sprites. I wonder when we'll see the blue skies again. Father's private quarters. Shouldn't intrude. Mother. Mother's private quarters. Can't go there. My mother is a rather talented pianist in her free time. Tries them, eh? Can't get as good, or can't get any good at it. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do. Anything else? I guess that's it. It's just the piano. Alright. Hello, my master. You like the visuals and art direction? Yeah. I mean, I would say overall agree. I do like the art. That's kind of it. Let's just keep going. My word, dust builds up in here so quickly. I guess, you know, I was thinking about music as well. I didn't really think about the music. It didn't really, what's the word? It didn't, it was in the forefront, I guess, of my mind. Painting of the Lord Mother of our family, to which we of this matter owe our existence. He is a girl boss, I guess. So actually, we saw that painting before. I guess we were visiting the mansion before. Hello, young Master Cecil. Are you looking for something to eat? I could prepare you something. I mean, we are actually. We're looking for a cat tree. Meat. Cats probably like fish, right? Most cats in stories seem to, at least. My cats enjoy fish too. I'm probably overthinking this. Alright, got some food. Got some fish. Some say the best flesh is human flesh, but I like all flesh. Not meat. There's a faint aroma of flowers and blood, but no tea within at this time. Ah, the loveliness of fresh meat and torn sinew. Meat. I don't know, is this game supposed to be like... Is it supposed to like freak you out that they're eating humans? Because to me it's like whatever, you know? Because in the setting of this world, it's like they're very casual about it, so it's like I don't care either, you know? So I don't... my feelings about any kind of story, I guess, or any kind of like the way... Like, especially like horror elements, I guess it really depends on the way the characters react to something, right? Because if they react very casually to something, I also feel very casual to it, you know? They eat humans? Okay. Like in the real world, that's fucked up, but like in a fiction, it's like, well, who cares? Because unless they're freaking out, it's like the freaking monsters nom, 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 eating someone's leg and they're like screaming, ah, you know? Then I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that's not normal. A portrait of father and mother. But if they're just gonna chop them up and then cook them and bake them into like a human meatloaf, it's kind of like, oh, okay. But that's just normal. We do that all the time. As humans, we do that to cows. Like demons seem to like, or I guess demons, devils. I don't know. There's a difference. I know there's a difference in Dungeons and Dragons, but like, anyway. But you know, devils kind of treat humans as like livestock. It seems like it's like okay, whatever. That's basically the equivalent. I don't know. All those work desks. I shouldn't look too closely. I might mess the paper. I might mess up the papers. Great. Amazing. You know, a lot of rooms to like look around in, but like not much to actually do. You know? The 8 realms. The orbiting bodies in the starlight. I wonder what the other places are like in person. Oh, okay. I guess that's some deep lore actually. There's apparently 8 realms? 8 realms. Eh? If dragons existed today, would they have scales, feathers, skin? Books are full of theories, but never definitive answers. Oh, that's funny. It's like that implies that dragons are real in this setting. They're like dinosaurs. I'm sorry. Please excuse me, please. Okay. Fruit. The reception room is rather modest, inviting an atmosphere that is disingenuously welcoming. An effigy of Baft. The family all in Veretia both admire and wish to overthrow. Reception room. I guess, well, this is where visitors would sit temporarily if they're invited, I guess. The guest quarters. There aren't any guests at the moment, but I shouldn't be messy the room. I shouldn't messy the room. I shouldn't mess up the room by running around in it. Whatever. Again, a lot to explore, but no, not much to really like glean from all of this. You know, it's just looking around. That's it. I don't know. I don't know what I expected, but like, you know, this is a lot of walking for not a lot of reward. I feel like. Again, at the very least, I wish I could run. Can you go in here? Wait, oh, maybe I did? No. The statue demons do for the guard the entrance. Their stony loyalty and powerful forms are very admirable. Oh, okay, well, this is the entrance, right? I don't know, I'm not used to how mansions work. I don't live in a mansion. I've never lived in a mansion. Most people have never lived in a mansion. So I don't know. I don't know how it would work. Alright, but we have the cat food. Amazing. If only I could run. Yeah, double tap, you know? In some games, it's a double tap, no? No, this is not a rot room. Here, some fish. I'll just leave this here. Meow. So this is how a cat looks. I should give you a name. Well, I'm not good with names, though. You have a dark fur just like the sky and fog, so maybe Smog? The sky and fog. No, that sounds silly. Or maybe Soot. Maybe not. Hey, my tail's not a plaything. Come on, you're so mean. I remember the cat. His fur in itself was a living contradiction. So dark, yet it shone so intensively. Touching him was touching delicate black gold. Mother is good with fanciful terms. If she's not too busy, I could ask her maybe. I'll be right back. I remember the cat. His name was Noct, from Nocturnal, which comes from the Latin nocturnus of the night. Oh, okay, well, I guess why we know he said Noct at that point when he was drunk. I'd come with the name Olivia first from the olive tree, but Mom suggested Noct. So he became a beast of the night. A starless night, a calm and serene one to rest and relax. I study for hours on end and it feels like it's still not enough. I wish I could just exist for a bit, with all this responsibility. You know, Noct, you make the days a little less difficult. I'm glad you're around. It's nice to have a friend other than my books. Master Cecil, your mother wishes to see you in her study. Very well, I should be there shortly. Me and my cat buddy. Where's cat or mother's room again? Over here? That's the guest's quarter. Where is it? I swear it was on the right side. But maybe I'm in the wrong hallway. Again, I wish I could run. Where's the run button? The run button! If only I had the run button. Less monologuing, by the way, but maybe it's because a lot of time is spent just walking. That I feel like there's less monologuing. I don't know. Wait, what? It's not here? Wait, where would I go? I forgot what the maid's instructions were. Over here. Hello, mother. See, so there you are, finally. You mustn't keep your mother waiting so long. It's ill-befitting of your position. Do you think of the roofing family, or do think of the roofing family name as you carry yourself? Sorry, mother. At least you have the decency to apologize. Now, as for the occasion, you know your father is returning very soon, yes? Do try to make yourself presentable. He has requested that you wait him in your study with that little morsel of a creature he gave you. Morsel, you say? I remember the cat. And my dad's announcement, the test. The world stopped, the wind hushed, and the realms froze. Kill it. It is a being that stands far beneath you, or a shell in your stead. Yeah, okay. I kind of predicted that would be the case. You had to kill it, or whatever. I thought you had to kill it before, actually. I thought the deadline was before he came home. Whenever I relive the scene, I wonder about all which never came to be. Scenarios upon scenarios. Me escaping him locked. Me rejecting his order. Me murdering my father right there, gouging my claws into his left eye. Only to taste a heinous black tar spurting from him and realizing there's also that substance inside of me. So then I would grab the first thing I see, a fork maybe, probably a candlestick, and then I would stab him, and me, and him, and me, and the monsters we both became, until an asphalt pit remains, obscure like Nox's hair. But alas, I was but a weak, naive child. I remember the cat. I remember because I don't want him to die. In human literature, this idea of dying twice was always prevalent. Our bodies die once, leaving our soul behind. However, our soul dies when it's forgotten, so that's why. Remember the cat. I remember his sharp claws shredding his skin, and screams echoing against the Bordeaux walls. Is it Bordeaux? Bordeaux. I remember the cat. Not fought with everything he had, as I tried to make him still, reassuring him that his soul would be immortal within me. I didn't know how to kill painlessly at the time, and my strength was non-existent. I remember my hands firmly around his neck, and his eyes becoming disfigured, filled with blood. But even then, I could not fully kill him, and so my father took the crumpled body from the ground. I remember knocked. How suddenly he stopped moving in my father's hands. How quickly he was but a sack of bones that dropped upon the floor in a heap. You know, maybe I should have put the content warning. I forgot to put the content warning. Oh well. Well, content warning. Pet abuse, I guess? I mean, this reminds me, well, spoilers, but I mean, it reminds me of a part in the Mori, essentially. There's a similar part in the Mori. Anyway, his once impeccable fur, now a dirty mess smelling of extinguished fire. I touched the expressionless face. How could have this been knocked? I didn't understand. What happened to my best friend? What did I do? This was a bad dream. This wasn't knocked. Knocked was alive. His soul was alive. Death couldn't change my cat. My little friend into this. Sorry, Knock. Please forgive me. Don't leave me, Knock. Please, I love you. I need you. I'm scared. What a disappointment you are. Can I move? Oh. No. I press spacebar. You know, speaking of Amori, he kind of reminds me of maybe it's just the blonde hair. It just reminds me of Basil. Master Cecil, are you in there? I remember the cat. Sadly, I can't say the same of the maid. When she put her hand on my shoulder, I don't remember what happened next. Only the smell of wine. Okay, we killed the maid as well? We killed the maid. Randomly. Well, Cecil, I'm proud, so proud of you. I just know that I blacked out when I came back to my senses, my mom was there, hugging me, congratulating me. My first bloodlust and murder. Hooray! We did it. Murder is good. Apparently. I don't know. I mean, you know, I didn't mind the scene where he was killing the cat. Again, maybe I'm just a psychopath. I mean, I don't like the idea of you know, abusing animals, but you know, that was kind of impactful. I kind of wish we spent more time with the cat though, because we kind of gave it food, and you know, the idea is we were supposed to bond with the cat, but I feel like we didn't get any scenes with the cat other than giving it food, and that's it. You know, I don't know. I feel like that would have been more interesting if we spent more time instead of monologuing. By the way, we spent more time actually talking about the cat. You know, instead of this whole thing where it's like, I don't know, I even forgot what he even talked about. You know, the whole thing of the library, the whole thing about his relationships. You know, it's like he's just telling me about this bullshit. You know. I'd rather him talk about the cat actually and be how like, you know, I remember my cat, you know, knocked. We had tons of fun. We went to the garden, you know, and we played, you know, the cat toys. You know, I remember spending my allowance, you know, my limited allowance, because my dad was very abusive and, you know, didn't give me much money despite being super rich. I used the last of my allowance to get a cat toy, you know, and then we played with the cat, you know, and that made me think about how life is precious, you know, that kind of thing. And then we kill it, you know. I feel like that would have been a good setup. Is all I'm saying. Anyway, if I have a 1 in 72 of chances to get the side cat figure, then I just need 72 tries to achieve a 100% success rate. Is that how that works? I don't know. You know, as a former gacha veteran, I would say that's not how that works. However, that would mean dropping booze for a week, or cigarettes for 2 weeks. Well, I guess I could always ask for extra funds this month. Lord Mother would understand. Why he's still rich, by the way. He still like beg for money. Small price to pay. I won't win if I don't try. You know, I like this guy less and less, because he just needs to be a spoiled brat. I don't know. To be fair with, well, I don't know, like. Because the thing is, obviously in a typical human society, this would be fucked up. Like, why would a father, you know, make his child kill his own pet cat? It's kind of weird. And also congratulate them on, like, murdering their own maid. That seems inefficient, to be honest. Well, why would you kill your own employees? But, you know, but this is like a demon society, so, like, apparently murder is good? You're supposed to kill each other and stuff? And, like, you're expected to kill cats? I don't know. So, my impression of this guy is, like, he's a spoiled brat. And still has, like, you know, a trust fund and everything. You know, he lives in, like, seemingly lives in, what's the word? I forget the word for it. You know, he lives in a freaking dirty apartment, you know? And, like, seemingly he can't afford anything. But, like, he's still rich, though. He can always just ask his mom for money, you know? Unlike the rest of us. So, like, I feel like he's still a spoiled rich brat, and he's just lazy, you know. It's not because, like, his apartment is not, like, dilapidated, I guess, because he's poor. It's dilapidated because he's lazy, you know. I don't know. Dilapidated, what's the word for, like, living in, I'm trying to think of the word, like, living in not slog, slumber, that's not the right word. Living in, like, what's the word for living in poor conditions, essentially? Living in, a word for living in poor conditions. Squalor. I was thinking of squalor. Or squalor? Yeah. Especially as a result of poverty, right? Because I was thinking, yeah, this is usually the case. If you're freaking poor as shit, that's why you would live in, like, a, you know, a bachelor apartment where, like, everything's dirty, like, broken down and everything. I don't know. But as it turns out, he's Elon Musk. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, talk to you again or something? Get spawn machines in the back of the store. I hope you blow all your life savings, idiot. You go away. I'm trying to stand here. Okay. Gachapon, you got Debo. Wow. You got Debo. Wow. You got Mush. Wow. Jillian. I was wondering if this is actually random. I think it is. Can I just keep going? Just gotta keep at it. I guess we are. Yeah, we are keep going at it because again, because he was saying before, like, you know, oh, you know, if I gamble for too much, I'm not gonna have money for like booze or whatever. But like, you know, I can just ask money from my mom, basically. But whatever. I have a trust fund. Hee hee. I'm super ultra mega rich. I'm just pretending to be poor. And then I'm gonna buy like Twitter or something. You know, I'm gonna buy like social media and to try to rebrand it somehow for some reason. I'm gonna get that Psycat. Angie? Angie? What was that meme, you know? It's like, time to go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. You know, or something. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Jillian. Snail Dog. Angie. Where are we keeping all these capsules? That's 20. Connie-Peter. Connie-Peter. You know, we might as well, like, buy the whole machine at this point, you know? It's basically the same thing. Well, as long as you want to spend more money here, I guess. I didn't ask you. You have like a bag, you know, to put all these toys in? You know, I remember gachapon machines at like a local grocery store when I was a kid. I don't see them anymore. And I guess I'm going to call gachapon machines. They're more like... They're more like... Well, the next like candy machines, you know? Like, at least in the... in Canada anyway, I don't know. Well, it depends on where you live maybe, but... Or where exactly in Canada, but like for me anyway, when I was a kid... We kind of had these gacha machines. They don't call it gacha machines though. They don't have these capsules. They have like these nice capsules, you know? We didn't have the capsules. But I remember like, I think it was like Street Fighter or something, you know? It was like a Street Fighter, little small, little stretchy like figurine sort of, but like they're really small, you know? I remember putting a coin. I think I got Ryu or something like that. You know, I think a 1 in 72 chance means there's a 50% chance you get it after 36 gachas, and you still haven't gotten it. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna keep going anyway. I mean, the way gachas work, well, I guess real life gacha is different, right? But like, in digital gacha, which is mobile game gachas, unless there's a pity system, I guess, usually, like, nothing's guaranteed, right? Like, no matter how many times you roll, if you have like a certain percentage chance to get something, let's say like 1%, no matter how many times you roll, like it's always going to be 1%, you know, it doesn't change that. The more you roll, technically the probability increases that you at least hit it one time, but it's never 100%, you know? It's kind of like this weird like little curve, you know, that reaches like close to 100% but never actually touches it. So like there's always a possibility that you can roll an infinite amount of times and you never get it. Again, assuming there's no pity system, I guess, which in the Fate Grand Order anyway, I think there barely is, you know. I think there's a pity system, but like it's extraordinarily high. You like could roll like 1,000,000 times. You have to get like 5 copies of like an SSR or something, technically. Something like that. You really just come here every week to dump your money into that thing, huh? Yes. Yes, I do. I can quit anytime. Debo. Can I move a little bit? No. Whatever. Debo. Do I have to do this, by the way? I feel like I don't have to do this. We can going anyway. Because of course I'm gonna do it, you know? Of course I'm gonna roll 72 times. To get my little plastic figurine. You know, this kind of reminds me of... Again, I'm so obsessed with the Amazing Digital Circus. But you know how the Amazing Digital Circus... I think they also have something similar, right? They also have like a... What was it? Like a lucky box or a loot box or something like that, you know? Like, you buy like a whole box set thing, and then it's like, oh, you know, this box can have like any number of these figurines, you know? It's like, it's literally gacha. Real life gacha. Which I guess has been a thing already for a while, you know? Like a... What's it called? Like a grab box or something like that. I really think I'll just sue this store for fraud. There's no way I couldn't have gotten a Psycat by now. Yeah, it reminds me of that, you know? Because the publisher for the Amazing Digital Circus, they go very hard on like selling merchandise. They even make these little like freaking TikTok, YouTube shorts, you know, which is they're kind of funny to be honest, and kind of high effort, you know, just to advertise their freaking like merchandise. But we all know the moment you put yourself in front of law enforcement is not gonna end well. Apparently, you can know that. But yeah. Yeah, merchandise. I'm not really into like buying merchandise though, to be honest. You know, like I guess from shows, from like anime, from even freaking like, oh hey, I got the Psycat. I did it. I did it, guys. I got the Psycat. No, nothing to say about that because I finally got it though. Hello? No achievement? You think I get an achievement or something, you know? I got the Psycat though. Yeah. Anyway, I was just gonna mention how like, you know, freaking streamers and VTubers even, they always sell all this merchandise, but like, I don't really participate because I don't really see the use of like buying a piece of plastic or like a shirt, you know, that has a thing that I kind of like, but like, I just look at it, I guess. I was like, I don't know. When I buy things, usually, and you know, maybe not always the case, but usually when I buy things, it's always to use it for something, you know? Like a freaking graphics card or something, you know? Like I'd rather it be used for something, rather than just place it somewhere and you just look at it. I don't know. Like I don't like the idea of something just being only decoration. This is not useful for me, you know? Anyway, I got the Psycat though. Come on. Do I want to get another one? No, I don't have a choice. I can't really use it anymore. Hell yeah, it only took what, 5,600 runes? Totally worth it. What is 5,600 runes in Earth currency, you know? Look like yen? It was like 56 bucks or something. You just take 2 zeros out. No, generally. I think I think it's, you know, it used to be the case with yen, you know, Japanese currency. You could just take 2 zeros out. Essentially, they took what do you call it? Like you take 2 places out, and it would be the equivalent in like, you know, dollars. But I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't think it's that close. But it used to be the case. I feel like you give like a good estimate. How's the life savings holding up? Gamblers never quit, am I right? Okay, I guess I'm done here. Can I leave now? Oh, am I done here? I don't know. Can I leave? Can I leave this accursed place? Or am I stuck here forever? I still don't know what these things are. Just floating. I don't know. Can I leave now? I'd like to leave now. Do I murder you? That's the thing we do, right? We murder each other, apparently. We just kill each other. Hello? Oh. I had to click it again. I didn't realize. Oh, that was weird. That's weird. You know, yeah, you think to leave is to go out the door, but no, you just click on the gacha machine again. Alright, well, here's more monologuing. I miss this yearning. Yearning for something vital, inherent, unknowable. What are my insights lacking? Oh, Windows wants me to access my location. No? That's weird. I don't want Windows... Or was it Firefox? I don't want Firefox to dox me. What was it trying to do? They get hacked or something? What's going on? I don't know. Anyway, I miss this yearning. Yearning for something vital, inherent, unknowable. What are my insides lacking? There's an immense cavity. So immense it has its own gravitational pull. Everything centers around it despite its Despite its imperceptibility. Me, my life, my haunting, you. Yes, you. The shadow who carved the empty space in me. You're the whole, the absence, the one whose presence continues to lurk on my back, moving my hands and hiding once a stone is thrown. Or rather, you're the excuse I give. Now that you're no longer here, I've come to realize I've replaced you. I'm my own actions, my consequences, my betrayals and disappointments. Lying is violence. That's all violence really is at its core. In the mirror, those same piercing red eyes revel in it. Come in. Hello, boss. Do you have a minute? Well, I could lend some for you, but time is very valuable in our field. Not my fucking field anymore, actually, because I quit. Oh, is that so? Indeed. I won't be following your stupid contract orders anymore. Well, I'd be lying if I said this did not shock me, but I am nonetheless quite saddened by this development. I suppose if you're saying this to me, I can't change your mind. Nope, not even your stupid job bonuses can convince me. I know my worth. Very well then. As is standard procedure, we shall undertake an exit interview. Please take a seat. Fine. Don't worry, it's quite short. Then we shall part ways. How would you describe your time at the company as a consultant? Describe what could be improved. Oh wow, want me to rant all day long? Just let me think. The coffee machine's always broken or makes everything taste burnt. The overtime pay blows. We only kill small fry and petty lowlives, and I mentioned the boss fucking sucks. Maybe if he died or fucked off to some other realm we could get somewhere, but cutting one of his heads only results in 2 new ones growing. If there's any trait or quality you consider to have greatly developed or improved at, describe it. Well, my patience was for sure tested. From enduring such shit conditions to such a shit boss, I might as well give up and wallow in alleyways my soul and body are devoured by pharaohs. At least the pain would be over quicker than this. You know, it's funny, he's ranting about all this, but like as the player, I guess, or the viewer or whatever, I don't understand where he's coming from because the boss seems nice. I don't know, they seem normal. What do you mean? But that's the problem, right? That's my issue of the entire game. It's like there's always these things they describe, but like we never actually see it happen, right, in real time. And it's like, I don't know. It doesn't make me feel immersed. Are you willing to ever come back in the distant or near future? Hell no. Like, why does he have such a... why does he hate this job in the first place? I don't remember why. Other than his weird trauma about like killing that cat, even though it's expected of him? I don't know. Is everything alright? Huh? Your decision seems quite abrupt. You've been the best employee by far these last few months. Besides few incidents, your numbers are top-notch. Killing all your targets without a shred of remorse. Cooperation of client mission objectives. In fact, it seemed you were eager to get a job assignments. Just like when you were a kid, and the fragrance released by the sweet red iron filled your palate, your mind and soul. Your soul and ember hungry for more fuel to mindlessly add to the pyre, hungry for humans, small creatures, fell beings, anything that you could turn into a corpse. See so? I just can't fucking stand you and your fake attitude anymore. Very well. Lastly, what are you planning to do after this? None of your damn business. That'll be all. Very well, Cecil. Best of luck in whatever path you choose going forward from here. Bye, asshole. Why are they assholes? They seem nice. They seem very polite. Laden malice. Seems like a very polite and well-mannered boss, actually. And they seem like a good boss. Again, unless I didn't see anything that I didn't see before. So they have a family? Look at the nice family. And his wife that has giant boobs. Okay, maybe not a giant, but I don't know. It's just for a second thought. I just look at the cleavage, okay? I'm sorry. Just looking at our office. I don't know. It's like a nice office. It's like a little dingy, but like whatever. Your feet. Like, inside your body real quick. Your computers, like just red. Anyway. Guess I'll leave. See you later, boss. Oh. I kind of like walked through the door somehow. What happened? Oh, here. Hello. What's up? Mr. Cecil, are you really leaving us? Hell yeah, I'm out of this dingy office. I never talked to Casper much, but he was always very chipper and worked hard leaving the burden of paperwork from the rest of us. Extremely dedicated, and his diminutive appearance stirred the urge to give him a pat on the head. Pretty sure he's older than me, though, and something always pulled me back from getting close to him. Is he the admin assistant? Because that's... I don't know, that's familiar. I also work in an office, you know, and I'd probably take a similar role. Anyway, I'm not like a cat person, though, unfortunately. You know, I always like, I don't know, in video games, you know, I always like the idea of looking at other people's desks, actually. And how, like, they personalize their own desk and everything. I don't know, give some insight what they're like and who they are. It's only, like, 2 people, though, right? It's just Cecil. Or, like, well, I already forgot your name. What's your name? Casimir. It's like Casimir. Casimir. I imagine is this desk only because of the fish. You know, maybe it's a stereotype, but I imagine it's the fish, right? And then, is this, like, the other person's desk? I don't know. Oh, this is probably our desk, right? Because of the freaking wine bottles. Just drink wine on the work as well. I guess it's blood wine, apparently. And this is the other person's desk. Or is this Casimir's desk? I don't know. It looks very organized. I don't know. Not sure. Has a little gacha, a double. So sad. Casimir's so sad. Yeah, maybe this is our partner. Yeah, this is our partner's desk, I imagine, which is that person. And Casimir's desk is over there. I don't know. I just assume their one is probably more organized. Because they do all the paperwork, right? BEM. I don't know, like something, I don't know, I like the concept and the world and everything. I just wish it was less monologuing, you know? Less monologuing and more action, you know? And more like talking to each other. Rather than this guy being in his own head the whole time. It's just not interesting to me, I don't know. I already do that in real life, you know? I already talk to myself in real life. I don't need to see that as a story. I rather the characters talk to each other. You know, talk to you, you're very tall. Good riddance. I always knew you're too much of a wuss for this line of work. Oh, fuck off. My partner in crime, Tephra. Her horrid strength and claws could slice through those metallic police exoskeletons like they were thawed butter. Though she was far from a brute. Those eyes were always calm, always calculating. We'd sling insults at each other all day, and I was up losing the game of keep your temper. Even now, her gaze looks right through me, laying my vulnerabilities bare. Or vulnerabilities bare. It's a big chest. I don't know. And I'm saying that, I don't mean that... I mean that in like... She like worked hard to get that big chest. You know, she probably like bench presses like 500 pounds or something. I don't know. He's very strong. You know, I'm actually, you know, I wish the game actually focused more on his work, actually. This is interesting, actually. Like, the partner, you know, like, office work. I wish actually the game focused more on this, you know, the daily grind. That'd be more interesting, actually. What kind of targets he would, like, kill, you know, I assume for some reason, like, again, in this, like, weird demon society, it's, like, just just an office job to assassinate random people, you know? I don't know. Is this a thing you do? Is that what everyone does? I don't know. How do they keep the population, you know, stable if we just kill people all the time? I don't know. I guess maybe only criminals? I'm not sure, but... Anyway, I actually kind of wish the game kind of focused on that part actually, because you know the whole like childhood thing where you like killed a cat and everything. I feel like the story is going somewhere sort of, but like I feel like it kind of happened too late, you know. Like I feel like it should have focused on one theme, you know, because I feel like the whole idea of like killing something and like life being precious, I feel like this could be like a whole thing, right? And how like his daily, ironically, his daily job is to like kill people all the time, but he hates it, you know. It's like he hates killing, even though that's what society expects of him, you know, that kind of thing. Oh, it's like weird, like almost surreal idea of like, you know, of your desires being against what what society's expectations of you are. Something like that. It would have been interesting, right? I don't know, but I feel like the game, for the most part, kind of monologue a whole bunch and like didn't really say anything. Anyway, it could have been an interesting story, I feel like, but I feel like we didn't focus on the right things. Can I leave now? Can I leave now? Okay. Despite myself, I could not help but feel the taste of bittersweet well up in my throat. Why did I care about this job at all? Why did I care about these people who constantly judge me, spit in my face, and don't give a crap about what happens to me? I don't know, Casimir probably does. They'll keep on with their happy little lives while I wallow and drown in the mud. The hell with them all. Hell with this. Hope they all die. Even Casimir? Come on, he didn't do anything. Die, 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 die. I'm Reaper from Overwatch. I use my ult. Die, die, die. Oh. Anyway, now we're just lazing around like a neat. We also look like a Link from Legend of Zelda. I guess with the ears. Okay, take the train. Where are we going? Every building I've ever visited has been its own world, with their own natural laws to govern over the inhabitants, either laid down by them, by those before them, or the structure itself. It's no wonder everyone's so picky when choosing a home nowadays. Oh, but who am I to complain? I may settle down for any place whose rent is low enough and whose bed is clean enough. But I know it's temporary. Sooner than later I'll leave. Or be kicked out. Or thrown out the window, harvested for parts. Whatever. Point is, they all suck. They aren't the house of my dreams. My dream house is reminiscent of the first human building I read about in a story. A prison. Not quite finite, not quite dead, riddled with stairs, oppressive walls, and hidden contraptions. No organic or asymmetrical objects stood out. No decoration or color dared to appear. And no windows had ever been built, as those of the prison shall ever leave it. What they did, it mattered not. Their sins, their past, gone. Their every moment had been reduced to their new home. But the protagonist comes to an interesting conclusion in the book. With no windows, no signs of the outside, she realizes they weren't being monitored. Thus she went on a killing spree. What? What is this story? Staining the concrete with dark red mere moments before the shape-shifting walls consumed the corpses. Is this a reference to like a real book or something? Sounds interesting. In the end, the girl was alone at the prison. There's no one left to perceive her. Only the incessant roaring of machinery engulfing her thoughts. That will be my dream house. Okay. Minus contraptions. I'll probably hurt myself accidentally, and maybe a bit more furniture. Not a deal breaker though. I doubt, however, I'll find it here in Hellbore Town. What a boring, ordinary place. On the very fringes of realm of Varetia, far from the sprawling and crowded cities, there's hardly a life to be had. Dark alleys, buildings purple like bruises, few red lamps lit the night, even fewer sane inhabitants. What brings someone to live here? Well, that's what Lord Mother wants me to find out, since Orchid seems to reside in one of these apartments. Consultant murder agency to family babysitting. What a joke. Okay, this is our new job apparently. Consultant murder agency, by the way. Is that what you call it? Can't even refuse either, otherwise I won't receive my family's paychecks. Of course. I still think it's fucking, you're so spoiled though, because you even got the job in the first place, and it is being paid. Are you being paid in the first place by your family? Most people don't get that, you know? Maybe the kiddo will play easy and let me be her roommate. I'll give the town a few points for having some semblance of a city block. The base structure was apparently warped from here from a far off dimension to freak accident. Might as well take a look around and find my way to the apartment complex. Okay, what is this like dress? A smug ass face. But Orchid, I guess? So Orchid, oh, was it the cousin? The little girl? Whatever? The train yard is silent. I guess it doesn't stop by here very often, figures. Oh, the little icons again. Well, I saw those icons before, but I don't know. Do they indicate like interaction point? Because, oh no, no, maybe not. Maybe it's a coincidence. I don't know. I don't know what these things are. What are these things? They're like ghosts? Souls? They seem to be a bubble tea shop here. My go-to order? Blood and bubble with eye jelly. You know, I don't like bubble tea. The one time I tried bubble tea, the straw, I don't know, I'm just, it's just a skill issue, I guess. Also, we can just walk around here. How the hell does this work? We can just walk around anywhere. No clip everywhere. I was gonna say, the one time I tried bubble tea, the straw, for some reason, it's a skill issue, but like, it just sucked the wrong way and it like hurt my throat. You know, is it just me? Like, I didn't know how to use a straw, I guess. Like, I think it sucked a little bit too much air or something. Like, it hurt my throat and I didn't like it. Like, because the straw has like a weird like spoon thing at the end, you know? I don't know. The police station. Luckily, I've learned many techniques for evading their biobots from my consulting days. Okay, so apparently in this world... Again, the setting is interesting though. I don't know. The setting is interesting. Because apparently the police in this like fictional world, they use like robots? Biobots? You know? So, I don't know. Apparently. A fenced park dotted with obelisks. Or are they graves? The air is heavy and stifling. I don't really want to stick around here long. I don't know how much longer the game is, to be honest. It might be finished soon. I guess that's the apartment, by the way. A laundromat with half-broken machine and smelling of dry lint. Probably crawling with dust spiders and other vermin. Cheap junk food from 616. Always hits a spot during twilight hours. In the convenience store, right? Again, I don't know how much longer the game is. It might even end like in 2 minutes or something. You know, we talk to the orchid, I guess, and then the game ends or something. But, well, I actually want to take a quick break, so I'm gonna do that now. Is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grab a snack, go to the washroom. I'll be right back after a few minutes, and I guess I'll finish up Everyday Devil. Again, I don't know. I just don't like the writing overall. At least the monologuing parts. Everything else about it is, you know, I do find a little bit interesting. But, I don't know, anyway. BRB. In fact, well, I'm gonna play like... I'll play Undertale music instead. Alright, be right back. Alright. Also, ooh-wah, so temperate. What's the... Why does it say ooh-wah? I don't remember the context of that song. Anyway. Let's go back over here. And continue playing. Actually, let me drink some water first. Alright. Anything else to interact with, I guess? I don't know. Now let's just go. Let's go to the freaking Google thing. The freaking Google icon, you know, on Google Maps. I make my way up to the oversized concrete block laying near giant piles of rubble. Apartment block B is loudly painted on its side, totally declaring a place of residence. Let's see, apartment 402, apartment 402. Here it is. On my way! Hello, hello! Oh, it's you. Venom-tipped knives with every word, pointing straight at at all my vitals. Hey, Orchid. So I just got out of my job and Lord Mother told me to... The door slams closed... Or the door slams closed? The door slams closed unceremoniously. I didn't finish what I was gonna say. Guess the roommate plan is a no-go. Well, I'm not sure what else I expected. Time for some apartment hunting. Okay. Orchid looks different. Did she just grow up or something? I guess at least a few years have passed at this point. I explored many other places to stay in the next few days to come, but none matched my requirements. Either too bleak, too expensive, too big, too small. I wish I could just stay in that crappy hotel. Also, I was having TV static. One of said houses had been a close candidate. It was loud, louder than my thoughts, which meant they could no longer bother me. Perfect. The general aesthetic was quite bland, resembling a TV screen with no channels on. Might be what creates the white noise. Oh well, I can endure an ugly living space. My hookups will probably be too drunk to care at all. Your hookups. My only worry left was how it affected my sleep. But I slept the worst places. I was willing to give up some hours of sleep just to get this ordeal over with. But just when I was about to sign the lease, I noticed it. In smallest of print, my worst nightmare. A stranger of a roommate. Yeah, so you're the new guy? Exclaimed immediately from behind the voice, I turned back and saw them. Gosh, can't wait to get to know you better. You seem like a fellow connoisseur of puzzles too. You'll greatly enjoy my collection then. They couldn't finish the sentence, as I already dropped the pen and started running, hoping to never experience such a horrific thing. Okay. Great. What else? The home near the clinic with affordable pricing smelled just wonderfully. Upon entering it, the odor revealed itself to be of bloody meat and thick fat. Oh my, this was a carcass home, implemented by a certain Mr. Doors to Infinity. These harken back to sensations of Demon's first experiences in life. Huh? Using advanced interdimensional technology, he had devised a way to create entire structures with animal matter only. His original plan was to use light elements such as keratin and bones, but the devil market demanded houses and rooms fully composed of fibrous muscles, built along with strips of easy-to-cook lipids. But as quickly as they rose in popularity, they fell down into irrelevancy. Their mass-producing costs exceeded any reasonable pricing, and on top of that, after a few days, the meat would rot if not careful, developing a heinous stench. Even those who could endure the smell and the high prices would quickly find the roof collapsing. Turns out biting and nibbling your house walls ain't wise if you want it to last. But somehow remained standing, as proven in front of me. Oh, what a sight to behold. The marbling was magnificent, with some of the columns being out of ribs and bone marrow. There were also delicious elements of the body turned into furniture. The bed was carved brains, and the sofa had ribbons of viscera as its pelt. It was perfect. I have found the perfect home. Imagine for me to live in this boring town for me and me alone. I walked a few steps, letting the place surround me, and I felt at peace. So, already decided to rent it, I reclined in an armchair composed of veins and arteries until... I quickly got up. Feeling my clothes wet, stained with the same red as the carcass home, then I looked down at my shoes, redder somehow. That's when I realized why this place was so cheap, and why the landlord had a dry cleaner down the street. Never mind then. Okay, you don't like the blood everywhere? You think that would be... That's the whole point though, there's meat everywhere? I guess not. Where else could I go to? Well, let's go back here then. Back to where we started. Unbeknownst to me, in this last house, there was a place I believed to be fictional. A fairy tale told us two young devils. Hell. But not the hell I had been warned about. There were no torture contraptions, no fellow sinners screaming along me. The furnishings were perfectly clean and ordinary. The room had a look of a showroom or a television prop set. A subtle fake atmosphere to everything. That was the first giveaway. An immense dreadful sensation traveled through my bones akin to caterpillars slowly munching and growing inside of me. I closed my eyes, trying to calm myself down. It's just a stupid apartment floor, with a stupid lamp, a stupid sofa, stupid wall paint, and stupid pricing. Wait, why am I still seeing everything? I opened my eyes again, quickly discovering there was no difference. Was I dreaming? Had I suddenly died? My immediate instinct was to run, but behind me there's no door anymore. I may have spent the next 3 minutes or 3 hours panicking and trying to leave that abode most foul, incapable of pertaining to this reality. Eventually I realized my attempts were futile, and I was trapped. Wait, isn't this like Silent Hill, the room or something, was it? I chose then to inspect the nature of my cell. Inspecting the stupid sofa, the stupid lamp, the stupid me, the stupid walls, the stupid sofa, the stupid pocket change, the stupid eyes, the stupid... And when I observed their intricate detail, I came to quickly regret it. Embedded in everything, no matter the object, there were faces. Frozen, hollow faces observing all but comprehending not. Instead of bricks of fabric, the room had been built upon their smiles. Fake smiles. Through their eyeless expressions, I sensed a true poignant feeling behind each. They were trying to hide it. The stagnant faces, not alive, were lying. Lying at nothing, or was this facade directed at me? I squinted my eyelids trying to figure out their intention, and got closer. That's when the realization came in. The faces were me. I'd been surrounded by my reflection all the time, like the insides of a giant mirror ball. And to top it all off, the mouths began moving, showing the same teeth as I. Their voices mimicked pebbles and ice hitting against the roof, scratches against paint walls, against skin. Was this how I sounded? Incomprehensible, incessant clutter of violence of no purpose. Raspy and spraying oxygens, akin to a cobra? Oxygens? I covered my ears, closed my eyes again, and cursed to all realms. I went in some stupid whispering apartment doomed me, judged me. I had come so far, endured everyone's stupid discernment to rot in this seedy town. The more the agonizing noise increased, a cancer growing, replacing my heart and its beat, the more I was attuned to the hellish melody despite my best attempts. Until dissipating in my thoughts, it was gone completely. As I waited for the other shoe to drop, I opened my eyes, again, and saw myself in front of a violet wooden door, with an eye carved on it, awaiting to be entered. "There's nothing more frightening than a closed door," said a human once. Why does that sound familiar? I feel like that was just said in like the previous game that I played, for some reason. Was it? Did it? I don't know. But why? Mere fear of the unknown? Probably. We create our worst nightmares, our own traps. Everything beyond our vision is possible, likely to occur. But for me, there's something else. The temptation. We want the door to unlock, to reveal its secrets. What scares us is what draws us too. Sometimes is what we crave for. How many stories are about achieving your life goal and ending up perfect? Okay, we're getting philosophical. You know, I like the part where we call everything stupid, you know? And now we're getting philosophical again. It's like, ugh. Life is like a staircase, you know, each step you take, you know, whatever. Was that like monologue in, you know, You and Me, a love story or whatever? You and Me and Her, whatever. You and Me and Her, a love story. The freaking monologue. At least in that game, it was just one monologue, you know, and it's like it's supposed to be a motif. In this one, they just we got 500 million monologues. What I can assure, regardless, is that with my trembling hand twisting the doorknob, I wish both to get out and to be entrapped forever. Inside, it looked abandoned. All remains undistinguishable, inedible, bloated, and dark. There was an immense shapeless corpse at the corner, indistinguishable organs piled into one mound. Reminded me of a child playing with slime, sticking random toy parts on it, except the toys were conglomerations of big eyes, big mouths, and it moved. It was moving. As the carrion took shape and became alive, its crowd of eyes pierced me with a gaze I had hoped to never receive again. It screamed fear, but not any fear. Primal fear, directed at me, as if my image alone invoked fright deeper than death. It is as if I was woe, distress, and misery incarnate, as if the weight of my mistakes was written on my face. It was him. He had come for me. I'd been the demise behind the closed door once, and now he was mine. Knocked. Oh, the cat. The word left my lips, a reaction rather than a thought of the decision. I mumbled it again for the first time in decades. Meanwhile, Knocked came closer and closer. An ocean of tendrils crawled the wooden planks with visible difficulty. My head spun frantically. I was remembering the cat. Was it right? His soul had been alive all this time, and now he had acquired a new body. You can just do that, by the way, apparently. Apparently, I don't know, I feel like death is cheap then in that case, if you can just like find a new vessel. You know, if someone just kills you and you go, okay, I'll just respawn, I guess. I stared at his million eyes again. Fear was there, yes, but confusion accompanied it. Not fear. I had misread him. Wow, what an idiot I was. Such stupidity elicited in me as a laughter. What I can imagine led to more confusion for the creature. With my confidence regained, I headed towards the exit. However, something stopped. The monstrosity had extended one of its limbs and reached my heel. A viscous muscle caught a folio of slime. The image of a land squid popped in my mind. Then, with only one mouth, it spoke. Help me. My bad, got the wrong apartment, sorry for barging in. I'll just be on my way now. Please help me. Don't leave. I'm so cold, please, I don't want to die. I don't know what happened, I swear, please. The thing suddenly was yelling frantically, finding its voice. The squid arm refused to let go. Okay, just stop. Alright, I'll at least hear you out, no guarantees though. I'm damn near broke and pretty much homeless in the moment, working on fixing that. But hey, guess we'll be neighbors soon enough? Do you know me? Huh? Are you famous or something? I'm afraid I don't have any rape friends. Maybe you're confusing me for another plain blonde guy? I just thought you said my name, so... Wait, Knocked? Is that your... No, that's not quite it. It's... A brief second of panic subsided, thankfully. I don't quite remember, but Knock sounds pretty close. You could just call me Knock then. So you got amnesia? What a bad liar he was. His eyes flitted nervously everywhere, yet refused to focus on mine. Hesitation, trembling, a slight sheepish retreat into himself. Very much inexperienced and uncomfortable, an abandoned weakling, former human guy most likely, but abandoned by who? By what? Obviously wishing to hide away that past. Okay, so we thought it was Knocked, but it wasn't, I guess. What was that thing that we saw before when he was drunk and then he was also dragged away by some weird monstrous abomination as well? But like it was a bro though. It was helping. I thought it was our friend or something, but like I guess it was a stranger. I guess that makes sense. All the weird organ and soul corruption from dimension hopping has got to mess you up, I'm sure. Is that what happened to me? I still don't really understand this wretched body. Well, I know the gist of things. And buddy, you're fine. Don't worry about it. I've seen plenty of way uglier mugs back in Stygian City. Might as well buy a lottery ticket. Gotta say though, race that still retain enough of themselves to talk are pretty rare. What a Nilo find in this otherwise boring town. I don't really know much about this place. My mind is still foggy. Well, take a seat, friend. Oh wait, are you already sitting? Who cares? Regardless, try resting. Might take a while to get you in the loop of this world. And if the hour runs late, I'll tell you what. I'll find a place right nearby so we can talk anytime. You will? That sounds nice. I don't think you ever told me who you were or what you are. Oh, I'm just a regular, everyday bomb-the-barrel devil. An irredeemable monster. This realm is absolutely infested with my kin. As for names, just call me Cecil, from the Latin, cases? Yeah, I would say that. Blind. Welcome to your new life, Knocked. Okay. But we happen to have that apartment, by the way. Do we get that apartment? Like, we're looking for an apartment, right? Someone said that loving someone is letting them go. Bullshit. I don't want to let you go. I want whole ownership of you, and for you to have it of me. Okay, now it's like weird yaoi, you know? It's like weird yaoi where like suddenly it's yaoi. Well, I don't know if it's yaoi actually. I don't know what gender is the weird wraith monster thing. I don't know, but I want you intertwined in my core. A tangle of thorny vines surrounding a tree, feeding off the sap. I need you to depend on me, same as I depend on you. Isn't that true love? Not care about the world, about my person or you. Love is knowing you choose me every single day, and never giving that up. Love is all. Is each of your cells I taste, each emotion that has your name, all the hours killed alongside you. Love is your nightmares woven in the fear I always wear. Love is an unclosed wound impossible to ignore. Love is how the goodbyes are more memorable than anything with you. My brain can't even come close to replicating the feelings in those moments, and I frantically resort again and again to distractions, nibbling my fingertips, ears and broken knuckles. However, it all pales when I finally say hello, and our time together commences once more, seamlessly merging with infinity. Because it should be infinite, there shouldn't be any goodbyes, anything else around. Just us two together. To let go of all that is the opposite of love. It's hatred, but towards yourself believing you're unworthy of such feelings. Now whether it's healthy or not is a different matter. Okay. One more monologue for the road, which I feel like it's just kind of like doesn't really match with any of the scenes we had so far. I don't know, because I feel like there was a whole thing about love and how like, you know, our ex-girlfriends and everything, but we didn't actually spend that much time with our ex-girlfriends in the story, so I don't know. It didn't feel like a hit or anything, you know? And also our co-workers, we didn't spend much time with our co-workers. There's only like a few scenes, like one or two. I feel like we didn't spend much time with the actual characters, even though I feel like that monologue was all about like making connections and how like we sever those connections and yada yada yada, right? So this whole, oh, it's philosophical, like we didn't spend much time with them though. No. Hey, fancy seeing you out here, Orchid. So you say that, by the way? Orchid? Orchid. I don't remember inviting you to talk to me. Ah, good joke, good joke. What are you doing out here, Cecil? Just enjoying the view. Up above it all, I could ask you the same question. Just pondering, I guess. I find this place the best to ponder. It's the only place you can see the sky in Hellbore Town, after all. You know, for some reason, this freaking... Even in the demon world, there's always a weird anime trope where everyone can just go on the roof. And you were pondering about stuff? I guess it's not a school. I thought for some reason that was a school. I guess, yeah. I mean, that's the anime trope, right? But I guess maybe this is the roof of the apartment building, maybe? You know, I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of sad. Mad world. No, our parents were obsessed with how we would turn out, always hounding us every step of the way throughout our childhoods and how to think and how to act. To fit in this predefined mold they had in their heads about what we should be. And now, they don't seem to care at all, but I bet they'll be crying at my feet for me to return home one day. Can't wait for that so I can sneer at them. Yeah. Well, you do know, cousin. What? They're happy that they found a third-generation heir, but they're probably not gonna bother us much anymore. Hemoglobal Blood Co. is in good hands. I see. What's with that shocked look? He's on your side of the family. It must have been after I left the manor. Still, it's a burden lifted. We're both free to do what we want. There aren't any eyes on us anymore. We don't have to manage our family businesses. We don't have a huge manors full of fearful servants where the days were empty and cold. What's the point of all the suffering then? Who knows? But I can pursue my dream. Open a small craft shop full of love and joy on my own terms, with a partner to share my waking moments with. Eventually. Still on Lord Mother's allowance, still gotta study, still gotta find a girlfriend. Well, she's gay. But the world is much more open now, my path clearer. Just drop that Yuri, you know? Out of nowhere. What will you do now, Cecil? Again, I feel like we barely spent any time with this character, and suddenly we're supposed to know that apparently she suffered it's implied that she also suffered the same thing, where like, you know, her parents were also oppressive, they were pressuring her to like take over the family businesses and all that. But like, I feel like we didn't even go through any of that. It just implied that they did, and then somehow we're connecting over that. But like, as the player, I did not see any of that actually, except the whole cat thing. I mean, that part was cool. I say cool, but but we didn't go through anything else. It's just told to us instead of actually going through it. I don't know. I don't know how to write a story, I guess, but like, that's just how I feel. That's just my impression, is that there's all this like stuff that we didn't actually like go through. It just feels weird. Well, I'm heading back to my apartment. See you around. Like, do you call it angst, by the way? Is it called angst? I don't know if you call it angst. I see that a lot, by the way. Like, because I'm freaking browsing Tumblr, and like, because it's the only place that, or one of the only places I can find like the amazing digital circus like fan art, and comics and stuff. Because I just want to look for more stuff to read or to consume, about TADC, I guess. But the word I always see is angst. That I don't know what angst means, to be honest, exactly. Apparently, it's a feeling of deep anxiety or dread. An unfocused one about the human condition. I don't know. But I do feel like, basically, this game, this story, has a lot of undeserved angst, I guess. Like, I want them to show me the angst, but they're just telling me the angst. I want to experience the angst, not just told to me through words. Or, I mean, I guess it's through words no matter what, but, the action of words, if that makes sense. Every day, literally wandering through these memories, retracing my steps through these damn halls, wallowing in self-pity. What could have been, what should have been. My own folly of inaction upon inaction upon inaction. 304. It's back to our apartment. Well, I mean, in the beginning of the game, is this where we lived in the first place, or I don't know, it's confusing. Did it like go back and forth, or was this where we lived before? Not sure. Oh yeah, this whole paper thing. I feel like this was like foreshadowing something, right? But like the game didn't really do anything about it. That whole idea of like the angels, having a cult thing, or seemingly like a cult, where they eat your soul. That was kind of dropped. I don't know. Maybe that's the point of. I don't know. The store page did say how like it's more so like random events, I guess. What did it say? It said it was fragments of a random demon guy's life, right? Scattered pieces of memories and somewhat disjointed, I guess. Maybe that's why. I don't know. So maybe that's why it doesn't feel all connected, But I don't know. I feel like even if the, I guess, the linear plot, I guess, even if the events that happen in a story are not like completely connected, I guess, there should still be like an overall theme, an overarching thing. So that's how I feel, right? It just feels a little bit too non-cohesive. The path forwards, the path backwards, a death spiral of my own making. And that's it? What? I don't really get that last part, but whatever. I guess that's it. I don't know. Look, I like the art. Music, I didn't pay attention to the music that much. I mean, it was kind of low, but I think it's, nothing really stands out to me, but I imagine it's like, okay. I mean, I like this song. It's nice and relaxing. I like the character design. I like the art. I like the general. I actually like the concept of like how we're jumping in between mediums. It's funny. Like there was like a first-person shooter section, and suddenly we're like an over the top view. Like an RPG game. I like how they mix things up. That's cool. And I like the concept of the world, actually. How, like, it's a little bit different from, obviously, modern life. So you're like, oh, you're trying to connect some of the pieces to be like, okay, well, for some reason, we eat humans, and there's, like, blood wine, and there's, like, but there's, like, gachapon machines, but then you go to an office job, but then the office job is a murder agency, I like the concept of that, because it's, like, it's kind of like, I don't know what the word is, like, surreal, I guess. It's, like, Like it's kind of nonsense, but also there's an internal logic to it. You know, because the characters kind of treat it as like everyday life, right? And that's the idea. Oh, there's more. Yeah, I like this too. You know, again, I like how they switch between perspectives. Again, I wish they focus more on this. What is this? They didn't explain this at all. I don't know. The whole idea of like a cult or something. I'm not sure, but some kind of stuck. Help. Uh oh. Am I supposed to be stuck? I don't know if I'm supposed to be stuck. Okay, well, I'm out now. Alright, well. Again, I like some of the artistic design, if that makes sense. The game design, I guess, is what you call it. The way it's like, the way the levels are like developed, you know? Or played through. What is this? I don't know this. I guess, well, that's him, I guess, Iso, and that's his like friend now, which is Noct, which is heavily implied to be his cat, I guess, but like apparently they're not. I'm not sure. This because he said like he was like a former human though. It's not the cat. I'm not sure what that means. But yeah, my issue though is the writing. I'll be honest. The writing focused way too much on his internal thoughts and not enough on his relationships with other characters. Like, I wish we had more time for him to actually talk to the relevant characters and to have a reason why they're talking, right? Because I feel like the most impactful part of the story was the fact that he had to kill his pet cat, you know? I feel like that was kind of like the climactic moment, right? Like, everything else doesn't really connect to that. At least not in the way it was told. It was just a lot of like philosophical musings, which I didn't like, to be honest. It also didn't really fit his character, because I feel like his character is kind of like this guy like who just kind of like doesn't care or whatever. Like, he's a slacker, you know, he's lazy, he's like, oh, you know, I don't give a shit about anyone, but like really he's just traumatized because he had to like kill a cat, you know, essentially, and try to like follow his parents like footsteps and everything, and he has a messed up idea of what, you know, what he should be, that kind of thing. So like he rebelled as an adult by choosing not to do anything, you know, that kind of thing. I feel like it was trying to go in that direction, right? Which is very human. I feel like the idea of like I don't know, like having like, I mean, I don't know, it's not, I don't know, it's not really something that I know personally, but like I see a lot in other stories where like, you know, it's like a child who like is very much pressured, right, to like follow a certain life path because of their parents, and once they have their own freedom, you know, they decide to not do it, you know, basically to like spite their parents and everything. I feel like it's kind of like maybe that kind of story, right? Like, I feel like, again, all of it just was not connected, because I feel like we spent a long time with him just monologuing to himself when we could really focus on his, for example, his ex-girlfriends. We see it very briefly, like he's watching like a movie, like a theater thing, and his memories are like spotlighted as like a play, which is kind of cool, but like we spent like 2 seconds on it, you know? And also like his job as well, you know, like I wish we focused more on his job, because that's an interesting idea. The fact that apparently his normal office job was to just kill a bunch of like people, you know, just murder agency or whatever, but like obviously that probably reminds him of how he killed his cat, right? So that could have been some good angst there, you know? That's how you call it? I don't know, some potential good angst. And also his buddy, you know, is like his partner that he always like apparently like is toxic towards, but they still hang out, you know? I don't know. She seems kind of cool, even though they probably like were mean to each other all the time, but like in a kind of like a cool way. I don't know, like in the good friends, maybe, or maybe not. I don't know, but it would have been interesting, right, to explore his like workplace and like his daily duties, right? That's the ironic part, right? Because the game is called Everyday Devil, but we don't actually spend enough time in the everyday, like his every like normal day, instead of just monologuing and musing about random things that don't really matter. I feel like, because I feel like the monologuing, it needs to be earned. I gotta say, it needs to be earned. It can't just be like every 2 seconds he just talks to himself. Again, that works in a book, but the issue is that I don't like books, you know. So I'd rather play more like a movie. You imagine in a movie if the main character just monologues for like 20 minutes every 2 scenes, it wouldn't be interesting. It would be, I don't know. In a movie, things happen. You know, characters do stuff. There's events, you know, and then there's characters, there's dialogue, and there's action. I don't know. And I don't mean like action like, you know, like pick up a gun and shoot stuff. Well, I guess in this game there was a section like that. But like, you know, but like action as like you doing something, you're going somewhere, you know, you're achieving some kind of goal and there's some kind of obstacle in the way, right? Very like, you know, basic storytelling, essentially. So I wish it was more of that, right? And obviously that would connect to the overall theme of whatever the writer is trying to say, I guess. I'm not entirely sure, but like, again, the whole idea of him like maybe like going against societal expectations, that kind of thing. I don't know, like in a very broad way. Or maybe not like, I don't know, there could be a lot of things. There's a lot of different ways you can go. Like, you know, not really trying to like not figure out like what kind of place, you know, you want to be in society, you know, that kind of thing. Like you figure out like what you want to do, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know. Could be a lot of things. But again, I wish it focused more on that. You know, the day-to-day like realistic, maybe not realistic, but you know, like grounded in reality conversations. Despite the, by the way, despite the kind of weird world that this game takes place in. Again, like this weird demon world. They don't really explain exactly what it is. I guess they don't need to explain every little detail. But like, it is kind of like a weird, surreal world. You know, there's like police biobots, and like I don't know, it's like demon families that like control. Yeah, it reminds me of Hazbin Hotel. It's like pretty much Hazbin Hotel, right? So, again, never watched Hazbin Hotel, but I've seen some clips, you know, and I read about it. You know, it's like basically like apparently it's like a setting where everything takes place in hell. Apparently, you know, so it's kind of similar, right? So there's demons, and then there's like hell people. I don't know. This game is like if American Psycho was a game. Well, the thing is, I watched American Psycho. I would say it's not though. American Psycho, ironically, is exactly what I'm describing. You know, like the idea of like a character living day to day. You know that one scene where he's like obsessing over the business card? That's exactly what I'm talking about. I want that kind of scene. I don't know. Though I guess American Psycho did have a monologue part, I guess. What I remember is from the very beginning though, right? In the very beginning, I guess he had a monologue part. But from what I remember, American Psycho was like, to be honest, like, you know, the part where he's at the restaurant. There's a part where he gets jealous of some guy going to like a better restaurant or something. Then he kills the guy. You know, that's what I remember anyway. There is like a lot of dialogue, I would say, in American Psycho. You know, which I would say is the opposite, actually. It's also like, obviously, American Psycho is a different genre, though. It's like weird, like horror, you know, thing. I don't know. Anyway, and even I was gonna say, like, even the American Psycho, I guess the ending was kind of like that too. I mean, the beginning and the ending, but the beginning monologue was actually him like, what was it? Was it something about him like his like daily routine, right? Like he does his daily skincare, he takes a shower, he uses a specific type of moisturizer, you know, and then he says something philosophical, like, you know, I peel off the skin and like, who's under? Is it me or is it just a fake? You know, something like that, right? But like, I don't know. The problem I feel like this game is that they focus too much on like abstract concepts instead of like what's going on in the present. Like, what is he doing like right now? Talk about like what's going on right in front of you, not what this abstract like philosophical shit is. I don't know. Anyway, maybe I'm being too harsh, but like that's how I feel about the writing. Basically, the only thing that like keeps this whole thing down for me was the writing. I'll be honest. I think it's like a different guy. So you saw in the credits, I think it was like again, I don't want to be mean, and maybe the writing is a, you know, for at least what 37 people, it changed this guy, forever changed. This guy was forever changed. But as far as I can tell, the writing was actually from a different person. Like the developer did the coding and the drawings and everything, and the music, but the writing was actually somebody else. Apparently, it was like written by a different person. Let's see. I think it was on the itch.io page, right? itch.io page, yeah. The closet writing and direction. I don't know. Again, maybe it's just a style, and maybe people like this type of writing. I just don't. It just feels too much like a novel when I want it to be more like a movie. you know? To me, anyway. Like a story-based game, I feel like has better pacing when it's written like a show, like an anime episode, or like a cartoon show, you know, something like that, or a movie, or like, where it's like more focused on conversations between the characters and it's subtext, right? Because that's what I think movies especially rely on a lot of, at least good movies anyway, rely a lot on subtext because they can't really communicate all that information, especially all the things that a character is thinking of, you know, in the time span of a movie usually, right? So everything usually has to be like a metaphor, or like it needs to be like a character's body language, you know, they say one thing but they mean something else, you know, that kind of thing, right? But I don't know, that's what makes a good movie though, to me. Because just like in real life, nobody just like sits you down and explains every little thing, you know? A lot of it is just based on like, you know, again, tone of voice, body language, you know, like context. So like a lot of it is just kind of like just having a human conversation, really. And like, to me, that's a good story though, you know? And a lot of it is just told through not just the words, but like through other things in between the text. Anyway, I feel like I'm done rambling. Let's just leave. I was just kind of like stalling because like I'm assuming when I leave, that's when the game ends. Everyday Devil. I love the art though. The art is good. I feel like there's potential to be something else, but I don't know. I don't really love the way the story is told. The bro's yapping too much, you know. I don't remember much of the parts of it I remember are like not really the parts where he was monologuing. It was more so the parts where he was, again, his like relationships with his exes, his like workplace, you know, his job, his relationship with his parents, you know, Orchid, maybe a little bit like his cousin. Like a lot of it is kind of like briefly mentioned, but not really explored is how I feel like, you know. Don't hire me to stare at you, I'm scared. What's this? Is this? I don't know, actually. I don't know if it's a reference to something. Is it a reference to Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared? Hold on. Let me double check. Don't Hug Me. I swear there's like a poster thing. Yeah. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. It's a reference to this, I think. I could be wrong. Or maybe this is a coincidence. They just float, you know? A character just floating. Anyway, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. It's a good show. But it's a YouTube series, but also like, I think it's a TV show. But it's like a weird thing. You gotta like subscribe to it. I don't know. You gotta buy it separately. I think it's that. Is it a reference to that? Maybe? Maybe not. I don't know. I like that show though. Because that show, again, is all about like not really telling you anything. It's a weird cryptic thing where like it's like a satire of like you know the Muppets or something, you know. But it's actually like a horror game. Or game? No, not game. Horror show rather. It's on end days? Unless it references anything. Oh, this is the writer? I'm sorry I don't like your writing. I'm sorry, I don't want to be mean. I don't like your writing. Anyway, when you guys are a few separate experts about Ali's characters, I was lucky that I not only loved them, that she decided to make a game about them. If she asked me for extra help as a co-writer, I couldn't say no. Okay, it was a co-writer. Okay, well, both of them writing on it. Okay, in that case, you two will share the blame of me not liking your writing, okay? Anyway. It's been a pleasure to participate in such a project. I always thank you for it. As for you, the gamer behind it, thank you for playing too. Thank you, and you. Special thanks to you, the gamer. No matter the type of devil you are, I hope life smiles upon you every day from now on. Okay. KT-Men. Is it X-Men? Or I don't know. I feel like these movies are like, yeah, references to some other thing. What's this a reference to? I actually don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Here's the developer. Thank you for seeing it all through the end. Walk the last side is short and the experience until you reach the destination. Give your time and energy, and I appreciate it. Not good at saying things or writing things. Klaus is better at that. Goodbye and take care. Anything else? I'll just save dialogue. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, show don't tell. I don't know. Again, it's funny because I remember like a Twitter post. You know, I forget it was Nom Nom Nami or somebody that said like. You know, it's a common criticism to say show don't tell, but like sometimes that isn't always the case, you know. It's just showing everything might not always be the answer, and I guess that's true, right? You know, it's just that it's a common for writing anyway, and in my experience anyway, for writing, And that's not, again, I keep saying like this, but I'm not a writer, but like at least for when I read stuff, it just seems to be the case that for a lot of amateur writing, a common issue, or seeming issue anyway, is that everybody tells too much, right? It's usually not a problem that people show too much, it's usually a problem that they tell too much. But that's why it's a common criticism, you know? Because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it's the classic stereotype, right? On a dark and stormy night, you know, that kind of thing. It always starts that way. On a dark and stormy night. Yeah. It's like they always like start the same way. Overly describing everything. When it doesn't need to be that, you know, especially in a novel. Or especially when it's not a novel, rather. Like you can do that when it's a novel, you know, it was a dark and stormy night, you know, you can do that when it's a novel, but when it's a game, like a comic or like a show, you don't need to say, a character doesn't need to say that, right? A character doesn't say like it was a dark and stormy night, you know. Nobody says that aloud. That's only like in a book. Okay, anyway, I don't know. Also, creatures. Can't talk to this thing. I don't know much about this thing. Apparently, you know, there's like a whole thing at the end where like I think it's implied that we're gonna get together with this weird monster thing, and we're gonna have like weird, I don't know, all I'm saying is that they have a lot of limbs, okay? They can get into some kinky shit. But then we kind of drop it, you know? It's like, it was for 2 seconds. Again, that's my issue. We kind of just drop it after 2 seconds. The interesting parts of the game, we didn't really explore, okay? Anyway. And this asshole, you know, that we met like a few times, like, why is he such an asshole to me? Like, that's what I want to know. I want some reasons. Do we, like, you know, I mean, maybe it's implied that we go to that store like a whole bunch, you know, yeah, we annoy him and stuff like that. But why is he so rude to us, you know, that kind of thing. Is that you? No? You're just Orchid. I guess we never saw that sprite before, technically. You know, at least in the 3D view. Council of Realms. The Chosen 10. Who are these people? I don't know who these are. These like the demons? Like the super demons, you know? The rulers of the hell world or whatever, and also random anime girl. You know, like all these like weird people. I mean, I guess this guy's also just a normal guy, except for like a weird eye thing. But like, and then there's normal anime girl. Anyway. Alright, I guess that's it. Are we leaving now? Oh, and then the game closes. Okay. Well, that's the game. I missed the achievement though? Wait, what achievement did I miss? What's the last goddamn achievement? Oh, defeat all the police bots without taking damage. That's kind of hard. I didn't really bother to do that though. Well, anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this game. I feel like it's a story game though, so like if the one thing that it is supposed to do well it kind of falls short on is like, I don't know. I don't know. I like everything about it. It's just the writing. Not really my cup of tea, I guess. I guess technically, from a technical perspective though, I guess it wasn't bad. You know, I mean, there's worse. Like, for example, when games get translated and the English is really horrible because it was just machine translated or something. No, that's bad. I would say that would be even worse experience. So at the very least, the grammar wasn't the worst. But besides that, I don't know. I just didn't like the way the story was told. And at the end of the day, I guess that's subjective. So that's too bad. I wanted to like it, you know, because I really like the way it looks. Yeah, I like this. I like this little like screenshot of him like this, looking very like, I don't know, scary and everything. I thought it was gonna go in a cool direction, but you know, not much happened. You know, other than the trauma of killing the cat thing. But I feel like again, like because it takes place in the world where he's expected to kill the cat, it makes me think, well, what's normal, right? What's considered normal? What's normal morality in this world? Like, was it like a really horrible thing to kill the cat, or was it just a normal thing that everybody does? I don't know. Not entirely sure. Because I feel like, well, in that case, maybe they should have introduced like a human character, right? Like I don't know. I think that's the issue. I feel like this character needs someone to bounce off of. At least more time to like either with the other characters or like just like maybe a human character. I don't know how a human character would exist in in this universe necessarily, but like a human to be like, actually, that's fucked up. You shouldn't have killed that cat. Or something like that. And then they argue or something. I don't know. And then they make up at the end. I'm not sure. Anyway. Let's see. Well, it's been about 3 hours. Gosh. I have time to play the other game I was thinking of. The other game I was thinking of playing was this one. Over the Rainbow, Euphoria. I don't know how long it is, though. It might be too long. It looks interesting. I don't know what exactly it is. I just kind of found it randomly. It's psychological horror, though. Only 2 ratings. Came out like only a few days ago. And it has nihilistic jokes. I don't know if it's any good. Apparently, according to this random fake review, it says, if I had to choose between $100 in this game, I'll take the $100. Apparently the developer is saying their own game is bad. That's gore, though. I don't know. According to this random YouTube video, it seems to be like around 2 hours. So it might be too long for me to play it. I don't know. I don't know what else I would play, though. There's nothing like short. How do we play? Let me like do that. Yeah, that's the thing I don't like about. By the way, like playing the playlist of like a game is that sometimes you get like really short songs. Like I don't know. I'd rather have longer songs. I don't want to just do these random little jingles. Oh well. Oh yeah, there's Zato. Actually, I tried. Oh, yeah, I played this for like 8 minutes. I don't like it. The same issue I have with this game, the game I just played. This one also had a lot of monologuing at the very beginning. I didn't like it. To be honest, it felt like meandering was meandered too long. I just kind of gave up. So I don't think I'll play this one. It looks good though. Again, it's another game that looks good. Look at this. It looks good, right? The art looks good. Look at this. It looks very well drawn, and everything. But like, apparently, at least from what I've seen of it, like in the first 8 minutes, it's just kind of bad. At least in terms of writing. I mean, again, subjectively, for me anyway. Also, everyone's like a child for some reason. I thought they look older to me. But apparently, they're all children. Anyway, Reunited. What's this? What's this song playing? Is it like in the ending? Let's see. I don't know. I don't feel like playing anything else. I also saw this, by the way, Chainsaw. This looks kind of cool, actually. But I also felt I played it. How long did I play it for? 6 minutes. Again, I was just trying it out, seeing what game I wanted to play. Looks cool. The battles were very tedious, though. At least for the bit that I played, anyway. Felt very slow, but again, it has a really cool style to it. I wonder if it's like translated, though. I'm always afraid that if a game is originally like a foreign language, the translation is gonna be bad because the developer can't afford like an actual translator. I'm not sure. Not much information about it though. Demo, because it hasn't been released yet. This is just a demo. But no reviews, not much. Discussions. It's just kind of like feedback, pin discussions. Not much. I don't know. Maybe it gets better later, but like from what I played anyway, it just seemed very slow. Like there's just an RPG. Like you start off. Well, I don't know. So you start off. It's like apparently you need to kill everybody. It's like you go into a battle. And like, it takes a million years to press the attack button. So I don't know. It's weirdly slow. I don't know. Gosh. Yeah, Bad Bitch Blasters. I want to play this game eventually. I don't know if I'm in the right mood though, because I remember playing this one. I don't know if I already mentioned this, but I played this one off screen when it was still in beta, I think. It was like a prototype, I think, or something like that. Like it was released on April Fool's. You know, was it last year? I can't remember. But it's a silly game though. You know, it's like from the same developer that made Demon Pack Claris and everything. But I mean, from what I've seen anyway, it's just kind of like it cranked up the silliness essentially. You know, where like it doesn't take itself seriously. You know, it's supposed to be wacky. It's like random XD, hee hee. You know, that kind of thing. I don't know. I feel like I have to be in the right mood for that. Like, I don't know, I just have... For some reason, I just want a game where everybody suffers. I don't want things where, like, nothing is taken seriously. I want things to be taken seriously, and then a bunch of suffering and tragedy, you know? I literally searched the tragedy tag on manga Dex, or whatever, you know, the manga website. There's a tag, it's called tragedy. Sometimes I go through that tag, you know, because I want more tragedy. Anyway. That's what makes a good story, okay? I don't know. To be honest, I don't feel like doing anything else. I only like stream for like 3 hours? I mean, almost 3.5 hours. Let me just browse through Steam for a little bit. I don't know. But I don't really have anything else I want to do right now. I'm just gonna like do the usual thing that I usually do to find games to play, right? You do this. You put release date, you put games and demos, and psychological horror. I'm gonna check out some stuff. Roof Seekers. Oh yeah, you know what I do have that Google form, the game suggestions. I did want to go through that eventually. I mean, I kind of did already. Though to be honest, even people suggest me games, I tend not to play them because I'm like, well, I don't feel like playing any of them. But let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Oh yeah, I can find it on my channel, right? I kind of wanted to go through the game suggestions and be like, and kind of give a reason why I'm not playing them right away. I mean, some of them I might play eventually. Well, I guess we'll see. Let's see, game suggestions. How do I? Let's see. Google Forms. I have to sign in. How do I sign into my Google Forms? It's not working. Come on, sign in. Oh. Okay, and then... It's very slow for some reason. Oh, maybe it's because of the VPN, you know? The VPN does make everything slow. Even this is slow. Is my internet dying? Oh. Help. My internet's dying. Nothing's loading. You see the YouTube suggestion for Zuli the Witch? She's a VTuber now for some reason, by the way. She wasn't a VTuber before, but she suddenly became a VTuber. I don't know. And life is too happy. Can't take it anymore. Guess so. I don't know. I'm a weirdo. Like, I want... Offline. Help! Am I offline? I can't tell. Oh, something's playing. His theme. Everything's lagging for some reason. Responses. Here you go. Okay. This is about what I really wanted. I just want to find my suggestions form. Because people have answered the suggestions form, which I appreciate. But again, to be honest, I'm not gonna like play most of these, but you know, it's like a place where you can still suggest things. So let's see. Apparently there's 12 responses. People, let's see. There's this one. They didn't put like why I should play it though. Oh. What's this one? Oh yeah, this one. Oh yeah, so I don't know. like so when someone suggested this one, I think I took a look at it. I saw a little bit of gameplay as well, actually, and it's like I don't know if I would play it. I guess because it feels a little bit too rough, you know. Apparently, you fight some rats. I don't know why you fight some rats. You fight rats? Oh no, you don't fight rats. You. How many rats do make a king? You know, I don't know. UI looks weird. I don't know. Two endings. Menu text that moves when you adjust preferences. Wow. Extractions of nudity. It's fine. You can stream this, no problem. I think the main reason is because of the background. The background is in like. Why is it like that? I think it's like a small resolution. So that's why that is. I think as well the little banner here looks weird. Why does the banner look like that? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Oh yeah, this one too. Oh yeah, the reason why I don't want to play this one is because why does it look like that? Is it supposed to be her blush? It looks like a mustache. You know? I don't like the way that looks. That's the main reason, I guess. It's just the way it looks. Again, you judge a book by its cover, but I don't know. Sometimes when you judge a book by its cover, you're right. Is all I'm saying. Anyway, the main reason is because I just don't like the way it looks. I guess. Mainly. Hey you! Hey, you ever seen a dead body? Hey, if you're gonna eat someone, eat the whole thing. I don't know. I guess maybe she'll look at some gameplay. At least. I mean, obviously it's a visual novel. I don't like the whole paragraph thing. You know, like in a visual novel, there's a whole paragraph. I mean, that's a classic way to have visual novels, but I don't like that. I don't know, maybe just very biased. Maybe, I don't know. Alright. You should suggest, or I should suggest, you should suggest B3313. Playing with an emulator? Ooh, I don't know what B33313 is. That is. Oh, Super Mario? I don't know about that. I don't really have this. Well, I'm assuming there's some kind of like weird. I don't know. I should know what it is exactly, but I don't know. I don't really have nostalgia for like Super Mario 64. I never had a 64, but I didn't really like. I don't like Super Mario that much, to be honest. I know it's one of the like iconic video games ever made, like Super Mario and Super Mario 64. But other than like, you know, the backwards long jump, you know, where like Mario does the backwards long jump on the staircase, go wow, 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 you know. Other than that, I don't really know anything about Super Mario 64, and I don't know. I don't feel like playing it, really. I assume that's a ROM hack of some sort. I don't know. I'd be interested in that. All right, Unbeatable. Okay, so this person suggested Unbeatable, which I did play the demo of. Actually, I played the prologue. Actually, like I played the white label thing. You know, this one I played that a while ago, and I played the demo. But to be honest, for the price, I don't know if I played this because from what I've seen from the story, it just feels not interesting. Again, it's one of those things where I don't like the way the story is written, you know? I don't know what it is. Also, this is like scary. You idiot. I don't know what it is. Like the way it looks, the style, and the music, of course, is good. But like the actual way the story is told, it just feels weird. Like she runs around and it's like, what is like? Music is illegal, I guess, but then there's these Team Rocket villains that follow them. They're like, haha, you know, and then there's some weird teen angst, and I don't get it. It's like weird. I don't really understand the story, and I feel like the characters when they're talking is like they're like talking in a different language that I don't understand. Like I don't know, not literally like a different language, but like for some reason they don't feel like people. You know, I don't know. It might be like flying over my head or something, but like. That's how I feel. And I feel like, let me see. And obviously there's a bunch of positive reviews, of course. But like, I feel like in the negative reviews is where I would look for what I'm trying to communicate. So if this person's like, don't get me wrong, the art music is beautiful, right? The characters sometimes well done. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the story is confusing and made me uninterested in both the characters and the role itself. So yeah, I mean, I feel like this person basically says it, kind of. But the story is kind of like, the story is kind of ass, you know? Basically. But then, yeah, I think this says something about, because I read this before, I think. This says something about how, like, the rhythm game is fun, but, like, you have to unlock it through the main story and everything. I don't know. For me, actually, what I would be interested in is the story, more so than the rhythm game sections, right? So I was looking forward to, like, a game that kind of combines the rhythm game, you know, elements into a cohesive story. But it seems like the story is just not that interesting. I don't know. At least what I would consider interesting anyway. Anyway. It's more like Super Mario 64, it was more like Yumeniki. Oh. Maybe? Are you guys still gonna hear Mario go woohoo, wahi, you know? Because that would break my immersion. He's gonna go wahoo, yahi! I don't know what this wiki is. This has too much text. I can't... it plays like vanilla Super Mario, collects stars, the myth of the internal plexus, the key motif of urban legends. I don't know. Not sure. Depersonalization? Again, I'm just like, by the way, this section of the stream is just me looking at game suggestions, I guess, at this point. Depersonalization. Which one's this one again? Oh yeah, I remember. I think I watched a streamer play this. Like, it has some interesting elements. For some reason, it has like freaking D&D rules. You know, like you're like a roll a D20 or something. You do skill checks, something like that. It looks good. Like the art looks good and everything. Like it's cool pixel art. I think some relation to like freaking, I think H.P. Lovecraft, something like that. Except they're like anime girls. I think it's that. But I think it's the translation is bad, I think. And there's also like a weird AI thing as well. Yeah, there's some kind of AI thing. Well, apparently there's like a AI section, but not. It's like regarding AI usage, there's character voice lines, but disabled by default. And the seek answers function, for entertainment purposes, there's AI chat. It's like ChatGPT, essentially. I guess it's a little bit AI, but not too much. But yeah, but this is the biggest thing. It's a story-heavy game. Look, this is my issue with a lot of games. It's a story-heavy game with a bad English translation. That's my main issue. If the translations are better, then yes, this game would be good. Thumbs up anyway. I feel like that's the thing. People who don't give a shit about the story, about any kind of video game, will give it a pass if a game has a horrible translation because they enjoy the gameplay, right? And they just like looking at it. I don't know. They like the sound effects, you know, the characters doing stuff. They don't understand what's going on, you know? But for me, like, I hate that, though. Like, I hate it when there's a story and I can't tell what's going on. That annoys me a lot, actually. That ruins the experience for me. So I can't play a game with a really horrible translation, even though probably the original like language is probably very good and everything else about it is high quality. If it's a bad English translation, though, I can't enjoy it, you know? So anyway, that's the reason I haven't tried that one out. Phoenix, breaking the cycle. What's this? Oh, music box. Undertale does this thing, you know, they always use motifs. Keep using those motifs in the music over and over again. That's what makes it iconic. Why do they look like Danganronpa characters? I don't know. I don't know if I would like this. Apparently, this needs to be Yuri. This just means Yuri, and that's it. Psychological horror? I don't know. What is this game? You have to pay for it, though. Wait, I don't want to pay. I have to pay for it. Wait a minute. That makes me less likely to play it because I don't have to want to pay for it. It has to be really good, you know. It has to be something I know I would like if I'm gonna pay for it. And even then, I, you know, end up not liking it. Voice stranger. How do people feel about it though? Is there reviews? There's no reviews. Reincarnation ending. I don't know. The problem is that this is a relatively unknown game, which is nothing new to me, but like still, I have to give it like I would have to like give it a shot, you know, and I don't know if I like it. That's my issue. It's a relatively unknown game, very story-heavy game too, apparently, and I get to pay for it. And I'm not sure it was worth the time. He. I don't know. It's like, not sure. Just from looking at the screenshots, it doesn't seem to be anything I would love. Seems okay, but I don't know. Is it doomed Yuri though? You know, I always make a joke, especially early on, how I like Yuri and everything. It's not just Yuri, it's just like any kind of like doomed or toxic, you know, romance, essentially. It doesn't have to be Yuri or Yaoi. It could be, it doesn't matter. As long as it has tragedy involved, I like it. I don't know. Or like when the characters are interesting, or when there's like a conflict and stuff. What I don't like is when characters are just macking at each other and just make out and that's it, you know? It's like, that's boring to me. That's not interesting. And it's the reason why I like yanderes, I guess, the yandere trope, you know? Because to me, that's the definition of like a unhealthy, horrible relationship. But that's interesting. I don't know. That's interesting to me. As like a fictional story, right? Anyway, I don't know if I'll play this, because it just seems to... I don't know, nothing sticks out to me. Nothing really captures me. It doesn't really hook me. It just says, join 2 college girls on a trip to an abandoned cabin. Get investigated for like a project. Yay! You know, it's like, I don't know. Not enough of a hook. Not enough of a hook. You need to have something that like grabs me, you know? It makes me want to play it. The Mall. What is this? The Mall. I don't know what this is. They go to the mall and go to the bathroom and then they find the dark train and then they tell about the mall. I don't know what that means. Any other games they made? I don't know. I play so much of these indie games, I guess, that, you know, again, you shouldn't really judge a book by its cover. Maybe it's the best visual novel ever made. I don't know, but just from looking at it, it just doesn't seem... It just doesn't seem like anything special. Indie, multiple endings... I don't know, just, I need new clothes, you know, it's like the drawings... A little amateurish. Again, I can't draw any better, but like, it doesn't seem to stand out, you know? The UI looks a little bit like amateurish. They use stock images. I don't know. It just doesn't seem that interesting. Apparently it says, because it's a weird little short VN of a strange mall. You play as a girl wandering a mall after the sister disappears. Emoji face. No offense, but like, I don't think I would play this one. Again, a lot of these suggestions, like, probably all of it, is going to be like games that people suggest, and I'm not going to play it. Ironically, even though it's like a place where you're supposed to, you know, I don't want to discourage people from just suggesting me games though, because there might be the case where maybe it is a game that I would like to play. But, like, I don't know. But it still has to be something I'd be interested in, you know? I basically want Undertale, you know? Which is basically, well, I should just play Deltarune then in that case, but I haven't because it's not done. But I basically just want like something like Undertale, or Mori, or Coffin of Andy Lely, or I don't know, any of the games that I played in the past that I really liked. Those kind of games. Fairy Telephobia? What's that? Looks weird. Oh yeah, it needs to have like an anime-ish aesthetic as well. It doesn't always have to be 100% anime, but like, I don't know. I prefer it. And so looking at this, also what's this font? You know, it looks weird. Like it's obviously it seems to be just written as if it was from a, you know, Photoshop text thing. I guess even in Photoshop, I mean, you have to make it more realistic in that case. But anyway, We're in a forest? It's a Halloween vibe. Quiet autumn plants and cutscenes, hard nights, and Slavic Russian culture. Am I known for Slavic Russian culture? I don't know. You may enjoy it. It's just our small game. Okay, it's from the developer saying this. I swear, it's probably, yeah. Sometimes the developers just directly just put stuff in the forum. I'm surprised they know who I am, you know? And how they found that link. I don't know. Just from looking at it, I don't know if I would like it. Only because, again, the art style doesn't appeal to me. It looks a little bit too realistic, I guess. You know, they're trying to be like realistic. I don't like realism that much. Depends, but you just look around, you just walk around. Oh, you shoot things. Wow, it's a bear trap. I don't know. It's like a flash game. I don't know. I don't know if I would like it. I'm more into like psychological horror, you know, rather than in a random woods out in the middle of nowhere with a shotgun shooting at random shadow people. I don't know. I don't know if I would be into it. Call of Emperor. Oh yeah, I've heard about this one. Apparently it's according here, it says a free RPG Maker game with 30 hours of gameplay. I don't know if that's a good thing. Multiple endings, action minigames, incredible story, finally available in English. Not very well known, but it's been it's a classic RPG Maker game apparently. Maybe I think I bookmarked this somewhere. Like I put it in my backlog, but like I don't know. It does look like a generic RPG though, RPG Maker and like assets and all that. Would I like this? I'm not sure. Is it more like Resident Evil kind of thing? Because I look at this and like it makes me think of Resident Evil for some reason, like a QT event or something, you know. I don't know if I would like Resident Evil. I would like Corpse Party, you know. Corpse Party. Oh, that's an RPG Maker game that I'm interested in. None of the sequels or spin-offs though, but just the first one. But like, I mean, that was a classic, you know, horror RPG Maker game. To me, that's the classic game that I want to play. But this, I'm not sure. Because it just says, like, adventure. It's like, is there horror elements? It doesn't say. Incredible story. Subjective. What is Silent Imperial? Is there any more of information about this game? There's a wiki. Randomly. Mystery and suspense. There's no, where's the, well, basically, I don't know the synopsis or anything, some kind of like premise, because I feel like a lot of this is information about the game, but like, what's the story about? You know, that's what I would be interested in, you know, as the gamer, as the player, more so than all the technical details. Anyway, but apparently Haruki Atawa is a investigator working for the Ottawa Detective Agency, taking care of his junior colleagues, was found with amnesia, suddenly collapses. The last place where his whereabouts were confirmed was near the facilities of the Emperor Heaven Institute, a religious organization that Atto was planning to investigate next. Atto is caught up in the horrifying reality of the Institute and the incident, but he soon realizes he wasn't involved by chance. Dost thou enjoy the love of God? Yorokobe! Yorokobe shonen. 君の願いはようやくかな. Apparently this is the official website. It looks completely different from the RPG Maker game. Are they making like a remake or something? I can't tell. Can I translate the page? Ghost fight? Oh yeah, it's when you fight that ghost guy. What's his name? I forgot his name. Cheating. What? You can cheat? That's probably a bad translation. The genre is exploration, information gathering, survival. So it's kind of like a survival horror game, right? 30 hours of gameplay. I don't know. I'm not sure. You know what? This is a maybe. I already had this on my backlog. Again, I don't know. I'm not sure. It might be something I like, but it depends what kind of story it is, right? Is it based on the reality? Like, is it more? I don't know. Is it more like a grounded story, or is it gonna be like Resident Evil when it's silly? You know, where like freaking what's his name, Chris or whatever, runs around punching a boulder. You know, that's what I'm thinking, right? It might turn out like that. Or like oh, at first, oh no, there's monsters and zombies, and then you run around the freaking dual wield shotguns, and you put on sunglasses, you jump out, you know, of a helicopter or something, and then you like use a rocket launcher, you go boom, you know, it becomes like a freaking action game. Because that's my impression of Resident Evil. Like it starts like it's somewhat horror, but then it gets really silly, you know. It gets like not scary, you know. It's just like you run around and shoot things. I don't know. All right. Well, that's a maybe. Hey, what time is it? Oh, it's almost 4 hours. Let's see. I just want to look at more. You know, basically, I'm just stalling. I'm just kind of like adding filler to my stream. I have nothing else to do. What's this one? This VN is split into 5 episodic segments, which take about 1 to 2 hours to complete. I don't know. It seems too long. It's also incomplete since it's season 1. Be aware that the first trailer on the Steam page is pretty bad at selling the game. Really. Like the Let's Play of Lucid 9. I remember Lucid 9, sort of. I remember not liking that much, to be honest. Lucid 9 was weird. Like, it was mostly just like, if I remember correctly, it was like kind of meandering for a long time, you know, where like it was just a bunch of school kids doing stuff. And then by the end, there was a fucking serial killer. Spoilers, there was like some guy who tried to murder you, but then you live. Well, if you pick the right decision, I think. Was it? I can't remember. It was linear, or was it kinetic, or there was a choice? I can't remember. But then some guy tries to kill you, and then you live, and then that's it. You know, I don't know. It's weird. Ghost Pia. That's funny. That's a funny expression. I like the art. What's that art remind me of? What's that? An anime with small eyes, you know? Can't remember. It's like a particular art style. Because you think of anime, you know, you think everyone has like giant eyes, but there's also like a sort of style where everyone has small eyes instead. Oh, relatively small anyway. Is it like Ghibli style? Sort of. I don't know, it's Ghibli style. Anyway, Ghost Pia Season 1 demo. What is it though? It's horror apparently? Psychological horror. In my dreams, in my restless dreams, James. No, in my dreams, I can get out. In my dreams, I can fit in. It mixes the adorable art style of an illustrated book with glitches and noise effects. There's no choices to be made. There's only a lonely girl in the ghost town and her story full of mystery, friendhood, and a bit of violence. Okay. What does that mean? Can't wait for season 2. It's a kinetic novel, though. Well, this person is a hard sell. Apparently this one doesn't like it that much. This person says, absolute cinema. Never feels forced. I'll be the judge of that. So whenever there's themes of loneliness and belonging, you know, and basically like, again, any freaking mental illness, essentially, it does feel forced sometimes. Because the character fucking trauma dumps on you, you know, basically. Maybe. The whole thing costs, what was this in Canadian dollars? Canadian dollars. 31? Wait. According to AI, anyway. Maybe. Well, I guess so. $31. That's a hard sell. I don't know. Do I want to pay $31 for essentially like a 5-hour animation? Because it is just a kinetic novel, I guess. So like basically, it's just a show. You're just paying for a TV show, you know? $30 essentially for that. I don't know. I mean, for the time that people, I mean, again, to be fair, it look good. So I imagine for the time the animators spent on making the stuff, it's probably worth that. It's just for me, I'm a cheapskate, so I don't want to pay for things. At least if I feel like I might not like it, you know, if I don't enjoy it, if I don't use it for anything. You know, when I buy things, especially, and like anything, not just video games, but like when I buy something, I want it to be useful. You know? So I end up buying something that's relatively expensive and I don't enjoy it, you know? It just feels like wasted money, which I don't like. I don't like wasting money, you know? That kind of irks me. I hate wasting money, so that's why I'm such a cheapskate. I don't know. It looks good. It's just, man, I'm not sure if I would like it. Especially for the price. I mean, there's the demo, of course. I'll download the demo. Just put the demo on my thing. I can just watch a silent playthrough and pretend to be playing. I mean, is that a thing you could do? That thing, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. That seems like a little bit... I don't know what the word is, but it feels a little bit ghetto, I guess, you know? You just use somebody else's YouTube video and pretend that you're playing it. I guess you could do that. I mean, when you think about it, a lot of like big content creators do it all the time, you know? They freaking react to YouTube videos all the time, you know? They react to TikToks and stuff. Anyway. Oh, I might give the demo a shot. But man, if it's good, ironically, if it's good, that will annoy me even more. Because then I would want to buy it, and then... whatever. Anyway, Ghospia and Cell of the Imperial, whatever. In fact, oops, I didn't press back all the way back. Oops. I just want to like go back to the previous thing because I actually did want to I did want to bookmark it. If I bookmark it on this browser though, it's not going to bookmark it for the other account that I have. But whatever, I'll just bookmark it. Anyway, that's a maybe. Maybe I'll check the demo for this one. Maybe next time. I don't know. What's another one? Oh yeah, Lobotomy Corporation. I know about Lobotomy Corporation. I've seen streamers play it. I don't get it. I don't know what the right word is, but anyway, Lobotomy Corporation. Obviously, this is a classic. I think Project Moon has made various games actually in the same vein, the same universe, but like different genres. You know, there's Library Ruina. There's another one too. I forget which one it was. It's not here. I'm not sure, but I mean, I know about. Again, I see like fan art sometimes. You know, it does seem to have like a good following. I don't know. The only reason I don't want to play it is because the gameplay seems kind of hard, to be honest. I see the streamers play all the time, and then it gets really hard, and like freaking monsters get out of the play. Basically, it's like SCP, right? It's like it even says here, like the likes of SCP. You're trying to contain a bunch of like weird monster things, and they have their own unique little abilities, you know, that like kill you essentially in different ways. And I don't know. It seems kind of difficult though. And also the story, there's a story, but it seems like the translation is kind of bad. Also from what I've seen anyway. So that's another thing too, right? Because, you know, if there's going to be a story, I don't want to skip it, but at the same time, if it's a bad translation, it's like I'm not going to enjoy it, right? That's part of it too. And in which case, just skip it then. And I was like, I don't like that though. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I've heard about it. Probably not going to play it myself. But I know about it. I just don't want to like spend time learning to play it because it seems to be annoying, you know, because you lose, you have to restart, you know. I think I don't know. Yeah, the freaking Megalovania, classic. 999. I know about this one too. I already know about this one. I know about the escape games. I played it. Well, I actually did not play it. I did not play it because I hated the puzzles, so I watched a playthrough instead. I think I watched, well, this one is Zero Escape Nonary games? Oh, this is the trilogy, I guess, right? Is that what it is? Or is it just 2 games? Oh no, I think it's just 2 games, right? Because there's this one too. There's the Zero Time Dilemma. Right. This is the 3rd game in the series. The always looks so different though. In the first game, you know, everyone's 2D, right? Which is cool. It reminds me like, I don't know, Phoenix Wright, I guess. Like just classic 2D visual novel. But then they start using like 3D sprites, you know, like somewhat realistic textures, you know, 3D environments. And then they made everyone like completely 3D. The game was like a cinematic movie or whatever. I don't know, it's weird. Anyway. Yeah, just 2 games. Chaos Child playthrough. I actually did not like the Chaos Child playthrough. Top 10 things about me. I don't know. Kind of do that already, you know? Just in general. I just don't like call it top 10 things. But yeah, 999. Yeah, basically I'm not gonna stream it because for one, I don't like the gameplay. But for 2, I guess, for 2, for 1, for 2. Second of all, rather, I've already watched like a stream, like somebody else stream it. It was a super great friend. You know this guy? It's this guy. I watched this guy play, basically. I think I watched him. I think I watched him play both. Actually, I watched him play 999. I watched him play the other game. Was it A Virtue's Last Reward? I don't know, but the second game it got really dumb though. You know, I mean, the first game was already kind of dumb. It was already kind of anime, but then the second game got really dumb. Like, it got way out there in terms of like the plot. Like, it's way too silly and contrived. And the third game is definitely like, what are you talking about? You know, it's like, I don't know. At a certain point, I guess you enjoy it because it's so silly, but like, I don't know. What I liked about the first one was the genuine like mystery, right? It was actually like a whole thing, like Danganronpa, right? Everyone's just stuck in a place, and they all have these like, you know, cool, like, not cool, what's the word, like unique personalities, and you see how they interact with each other, you know. And there's like a freaking Among Us situation. Oh no, you know, people are dying, blah, 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 you know. Anyway, but I watched this guy play. Was it 999? Did he stream it? I can't remember. I think he streamed it, right? He streamed it back when he doesn't really stream, but back then I don't think he streamed not very often. It's like 13 years ago. It's a long time ago. Anyway, the same 3D disease is also what killed Professor Layton for you in the later games, really? Oh my! Oh yeah, that's before freaking Metaton. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, Zero Escape. I know about it. I've seen the story. Never played it myself because I hate the gameplay. I really just don't like the gameplay. It really is like it's based on escape rooms essentially, right? You're in this escape room and then you do a puzzle that has nothing to do with the plot, by the way, at least very little anyway. And then suddenly you move on to the next story. It's like, I don't like that. If there's gonna be a puzzle, I feel like I want it to be related to the actual plot, what's going on in the game. Oh yeah, there's this one. I think I've seen this one. I saw an Itch.io. Like the character designs look well made, but from what I've heard, it's like kind of bad. I don't know. I'm not sure. The Yandere Yuri horror visual novel game. You think I would like it? I don't know. I don't want to listen to the sound. There's no way to turn off the sound. I feel like. There's over here. There you go. We'll just enjoy the Undertale music instead. That's like live 2D, apparently. They're shaking our baby rattle for some reason. Weird. Anyway, I can't remember where I read it, but like apparently from what I've seen, basically the translation is bad. I assume it's translated. I don't know. Apparently the translation is just bad. Clap, clap, clap. They get the little good animations though, like the freaking live 2D animations or whatever. I feel like it's not really utilized that much. Except in like really high quality budget, you know, visual novel stuff. I don't know. Bonuses will be given if he pays a few extra dollars. Was it Kururugi's Mikuru's Opai Touch? What? What are you talking about? $5? I don't know. I don't know if I want that. Anyway, from what I've seen though, I think the translation was kind of bad. From what I've seen, I think I watched some person's YouTube video, like the beginning, and I was reading it, and it's like the characters just, again, it's the weird machine translation thing where they don't talk like English. They just talk like weirdly too literal and stuff. I don't know. At least from what I remember. I could be wrong. Anyway, it looks good. Like appearance-wise, it looks interesting. And the idea that it's like a horror thing is cool. I don't know if I like it though. I don't know because as far as I can remember, the translation seems bad. And of course, a lot of these people are like, I love it and stuff. But I don't know. I swear, either people just don't care about bad translations, or they themselves just have a bad grasp of English. I don't know, but when I see like bad English in like a game that's meant to be like incredibly like story based, I just can't get into it, you know. I don't know. I'll have to look into it again later, maybe. But from what I've seen, is seems to be not that great in terms of the actual like translation, the writing. Even though it looks good, you know, appearance wise. And the last one, last suggestion, Little Witch Nobita, which I've seen before. This is like an old one actually. I don't know. I think it's been compared to like a Souls game. You know, it's like it's tagged as a Souls-like. But I feel like it's not really a Souls-like though. You just walk around shooting things. It's not the same. I don't want to play as a mage in Dark Souls. Basically. I also don't want to play 21.99 euros, which I don't know what that is in Canadian dollars, but it's probably a lot. So like, no. That's okay. But like, I don't, honestly, like, basically that's the reason. Like, I don't want to play as a mage. I actually hate magic in Dark Souls. I don't like zoning. I want to like go up to like a boss and punch them in the nuts, you know? For some reason, that's more satisfying. Like, I don't want to like go pew 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 pew. I shoot magic missiles. Yeah, disgusting. Disgusting mages. Like, thematically, that's the only reason. I don't know. It might be like a bad reason. It might be a really good game, but I don't want to play a game where I'm just shooting magic. That's like boring to me. I don't know. Even if it's a Souls-like in every other way, the fact that you don't have like a freaking sword or like a fist weapon, I don't know, it's not the same. Same. Where's the parry? No, I don't know, maybe there's a parry in that game, but I don't know. That's the reason I want to play a game. I do want to try out eventually when it's on sale. 9 Souls. Because this is basically Hollow Knight if everybody wasn't a weird bug creature. And I'm like, you know what? I would try that out actually. So like, I've heard about this game. So 9 Souls, as far as I can tell, it's like Hollow Knight, and like it's also there's like a in-depth parry system. Well, I don't know if it's in-depth, but like it's kind of like Sekiro, or like it's a lot of it's based on parries. So you see parry there, you know. It looks cool. Again, not really a big fan of platformers necessarily, like 2D platformers and stuff. I guess I'm not a fan of like a lot of type of game genres. I don't know, but it looks good. And it's like, yeah, it's parry system. I like the parry. You know, that's one of the things. Like anime or parry system. You know, the two things that will make me more likely to play your game. I guess. So just add like a parry system to like a visual novel. You know, that's what I want. How would that work? I don't know, but somehow add a parry system to like a visual novel and I'll play your game. It needs to be like an anime visual novel, and somehow the characters need to parry. And that somehow like progresses the plot. Somehow. I don't know. Anyway, looks good. And you know, again, I'm more likely to play it because supposedly Hollow Knight is very good. So like, if it's just Hollow Knight, but like without the weird bug faces, you know, I again will play it. I guess it trades off the bug faces like furries, though. I guess. I assume. I don't know. The main character seems to be like some kind of fox, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know my animals. I guess I don't know the anthropomorphic features of certain animals. Yeah. Again, Hollow Knight. Again, Hollow Knight is like one of the best games ever made, apparently. But like, can't get over the fact that the main character looks like that. It always seems to be the case. It's always something, you know? If it's not the gameplay, it's just the way it looks. Even if it's good to a lot of people, it's just, I don't like it. I don't know. Anyway, that's all the suggestions. You know? Hopefully I don't scare off anybody to not give suggestions, but like, I do want suggestions, it's just... I'm still gonna have my own opinions, you know, whether or not I'll play it, you know? So it still needs to be something that I might want to play. Anyway, hopes and dreams. I want to play Undertale at some point, like replay, you know? I'm still waiting for the Undertale, what is it called? Undertale... I forget what it's called. Ah, damn it, what is it? Is it Undertale mod remake thing? Undertale Plus, right, Undertale Plus. I'm still waiting for this to be done. You know? And I'm hoping this will be done before Deltarune is you know, finally finished. Because then I'll play Deltarune. After this is done, and I played through Undertale in like kind of like a remake-ish version. You know? I don't want to just play Undertale by itself. I don't know. I'm weird like that. It's basically the same game. I just want it's a little something different. At least like the appearance be a little bit different. And then finally, then I play Deltarune. Assuming it's done by then. Alright. Anyway, that's 4 hours. So that'll be it for today's stream. Just kind of rambled at the end here. I guess I ended up like yapping. You know, in the beginning I didn't really yap a lot. But at the end I did. But there you go. There's Undertale music plays. Hopefully it doesn't play like the scary one. You know the scary one? Was it your best nightmare? that was a scary one. Or I guess there's the other one too, where you fight the freaking weird monsters. Anyway, yeah. That'll be it for today. So again, I played the, was it the Everyday Devil? Was it? Yeah, Everyday Devil. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. Because I like the way it looks and everything. Like, I like almost everything about it. Yeah, I feel like this is my common, I guess, review of a lot of games I play. But like, I like almost everything about it except the goddamn story. Which is crucial though, because if I don't like the story, it really brings down everything, you know? I feel like if it's a good story, I would forgive almost everything else, you know? That's what I prioritize the most. Other people might be different. You know? Other people would prioritize like gameplay or something. For me, especially if it's a story-heavy game, obviously. If it's a good story, I would almost like forgive everything else. But this is the opposite, where like the story is not that great to me anyway, but everything else is good. It's like, man, I don't know. That makes me like feel worse because I wish I could like it, you know? I wish I could have liked it more than I did. Oh well. Anyway, but that'll be it for today. So let me just press the button. Oop. Let me just say my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday. At some point in the day, I don't even know when I stream anymore, but you know, Saturday and Sunday. You know, that should just be my sign off at this point. Just Saturday and Sunday. You know, at some point, like I don't know when exactly I start. Whenever I wake up, you know, I don't know. But yeah, that's the plan. And then I guess for next week, we'll play some other video games. We'll see what those will be. But there you go. Thanks for watching. Until next time, see you then.